Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural divine heirs. Today is January the 11th, 2024, and January on our ancient calendar is the 11th month. February is the 12th month, and March is the first month of the new year. March 21st is our ancient new year and current new year and future new year. So today on our calendar is 11/11/2024. And for this, we are grateful. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and according to the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the sovereign living justices, and I am sovereign living justice Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminution nolo, in red ink, in proprio persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capite et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are both the lawful, living, and legal natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the divine, original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American, universal ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Israelites, Hamathites, Cushites, Hittites, and all other. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign, ancient, Islamic, Muslim, empire state for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the earth-wide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today, we are exercising the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign, ancient, Article 3, living United States District for Columbia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, divine ministers, possessors, and titled trustors for all causes for action. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign ascension. We do hereby possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the one true living God nation, are not at war, and we hereby exercise and demonstrate all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc. The principles and laws that we share are the law. They are not just our opinion. We have removed all dead actors from our minds, thereby freeing ourselves from presumed foreign bondage and presumed enacted psychological operations. Along with our sovereign, powerful demonstrations and study, these laws and processes that we share are principles of stare decisis, res judicata, and ancient positive supreme law for the land long established in sovereign order. Erudite principles and processes for daily practical application to intelligently govern our vast estate every day is what our ancient ancestors have given us to share with the sovereign nations, tribes, clans, states, and governments at earth, and for this we are grateful. Islam. So the first thing that we want to state is we want to just send a quick reminder about our full moon fast that's coming up on January the 24th, 25th, and 26th. The full moon is energy that it starts within us, and then we send our energy out. And when we send our energy out, the cosmos responds and does exactly as commanded regarding all that the energies that we use and utilize and send and share in demonstrating who we are. So January 24th, 25th, 26th is our full moon fast. And as always, we state that you let the Spirit lead you on how to do that. Whether you fast from negative energies, which we should be doing that every day anyway, whether you fast from certain types of foods or whether you fast from food altogether and just do water only or water and sea salt or however you choose to do that. You can even fast from negative thinking. You can fast from programming. You can fast from as you so choose. Anything where we put our energies together and we fast together and we say on these days, and that includes every day, on these days specifically, our intention is to unify together and fast together. Now, I will say this even about the last month's full moon fast. I took that fast to stay away from feelings of things like guilt or frustration or anything of that nature. Any energies that do not serve us, we fast from them, specifically on those around the full moon time, because the energy from the full moon, the energy is a pulling energy, and it will assist us in ridding ourselves of those energies from the last era, from programming from the last era, and things of that nature, where we, the programming from the last era, any programming that does not serve us, we take that time to say goodbye to it. It served us in the last era in some way. For some of us, we're so powerful that even in the last era, we had to have a conscience to keep us from exerting our power prematurely. The power of the entire universe is ours. It comes from us. It doesn't come from out there to us. It comes from within us and goes outward. All energies are that way. And so when we know that, it makes our fast a lot more effective, because all we're doing is joining with nature, joining with the energies all around us that are coming from us, joining with those energies and using the power thereof, of the oneness with nature, to continue to rise in every way, in our thinking, in what we eat, if you choose to do that, because ultimately, all things in moderation. We are the gods. We are the gods. And so we should not feel any condemnation or guilt or anything about anything. And so even last month, because I grew up in a household where, if you were not doing certain things, your conscience would just, and even in the Biblios, it says that there is therefore now no condemnation to those who love God. Who is God? We are. We love each other and ourselves. So there is therefore now no condemnation for anything that you did up until that moment. If you feel any condemnation, let it go. Let it go. I've had to let it go for things that I said in the last era in my sleep that just, I could have said it a little better than that. I could have stated some things a little better, but I was asleep. I didn't know. However, ignorance of the law is no excuse, because we're the law. We should know ourselves. And so we use the fast time to just put a little extra focus and energy on relieving and releasing And essentially the way we do it is to kiss those energies goodbye. We're not mad at them. Anything that happened in the last era, anything up until this moment that causes you any distress or any guilt or any frustration or anything, let it go. And then use that full moon energy to take it and send that energy to where it's needed. Because there are other places where that energy is necessary. The energy of anger, for example. We don't need it, but there's somebody out there who won't move unless they get mad enough to move. They won't declare their nationality until they get mad enough at being played by a system, an inferior, incompetent acting system. So send the anger to them so that they get up and decide that they're going to take action in their own favor. So with that being stated, hopefully this past Friday, everyone hopefully had the opportunity to see our Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey on House of Reawakening Minds. We had so much that we were discussing this past Sunday's Congress that we did not mention that he was there, but we want everyone to take a moment or take some time out of your week to listen to the things that he stated. He brought out some very, as usual, he is the Consular General for the Moorish American Consulate, has been that from day one almost. He agreed to do that some years back, and we are so grateful for him because he knows what he's talking about. He's waking up so many people with his message that he's been doing the work for a very long time. This past Friday, he mentioned about the Kloran. So those that were previously acting as the Ku Klux Klan, the KKK, what we did not know is that they have had a book that they kept in the confines of their meetings, their secret closed-door meetings. It's called the Kloran. That's like the word Quran, but with an L in it. So they call it the Kloran. And you can go out there on Google and look the book up. We did a video on it some time ago. And our video on the Kloran and where to find it and what it's about, we'll put the link to that video in the chat. Here, let's go ahead and put that in there right now, so that you can take a look at that video if you want to find that the book out there. On all it is they already know who their masters are. Those that were acting as the KKK, quote unquote, they know who their masters are already. They know that it's the Eye of Horus. So in their Quran, they call it the Cyclops sometimes because it's just one eye, the Eye of Horus, that's at the top of the pyramid on the fiat. They know, they pay homage to the Moors that in that manner. So we're grateful to our Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey, who his solar return is February 14th, and they are the House of Reawakening Minds will be having something, some celebration about that at that time. And so we want to say early happy solar return to our Grand Sheikh Taj, who has always just been the truth this entire time. With that being stated, just a moment. Just one moment. Let me clear some things up here. Just a moment. Okay. Okay. So with that being stated, um, we saw something in the funny mirror this past week that is yet another gauge on where we are, because we know all the funny mirror is doing is sending out Masonic signals to the subjects as to our progress in terms of the grand rising. We saw that this past week in the funny mirror, because it's really not real. They're not who they say they are. We saw at a place that was called Shabbat Lubavitch headquarters at New York. We saw that a jurisdiction was put in its proper place. We'll say it that way. In our sleep, those that were previously pretending to be quote unquote Jews, there was a line that acting policy enforcers would not cross when it came to them. In the last era's enactment, police could not go into, they were not allowed into any places that was being claimed by those pretending to be Jews. They were not allowed because those that were pretending to be Jews were their own court in their enactment. So that's why you never saw them in handcuffs. You never saw them at a quote unquote court. You know, when we were in our sleep being hustled back and forth in those fake venues, you never saw those that were pretending to be Jews there, ever. Because they were doing what we're doing. They were enacting what we're doing now, which is we are our own court. They were pretending to be the sovereign. And this past week, every actor was sent a message that says they're not sovereign, they're not an impenetrable jurisdiction, and that the actors completely took over that enactment and that presumed structure, because so that none of them presumed to not be a part of the corporation. Because see, that's what they were doing. They were acting as if they were not a part of or not under the authority of the actors acting as police and the actors acting as U.S. And so Of course, as we watched the video, the first thing we saw was an empress who's asleep, most likely, putting them in handcuffs and taking them to jail, quote unquote. That is something that not even 5 years ago would have been blasted on out anywhere or even enacted. It wouldn't have even been enacted. And then there was a presumed, what we call a defilement or a desecration of a structure. Now remember, in the last era, you would not see any fighting and throwing things and things on the television unless it was us acting like we're black. But now it's not that. Now it's the ones who in that last era seemed to be untouchable in the reenactment. They seemed to be untouchable. No matter what city you went to, they appear to be untouchable. But what happened too also is that there's some things being uncovered and exposed. See, Moore's judgment began, I know for where we're concerned, judgment began 7 years ago, almost 7 years. It's been about 6.5 years, because judgment had to start with us. It had to start with us. Moors being handcuffed and in the enactment and coming out of the sleep to state who we really are and things of that nature from the last era. Waking up and coming out of the fog and knowing who we are. And now we're judging because that's what we should be doing. And then those who were pretending to be us are now. But if you look back, and I said all of that to say this, not to gloat and not to be about ego or anything, but to pull the tools out of that. The tools out of that whole enactment from the last era of quote unquote Jews being untouchable and, pretending to run Hollywood and all of the acting and all of that. The tool that we pull from that is how to continue to state our sovereign jurisdiction and not be violated. That's what we look at and say, okay, what were the boundaries that were placed? Where policy, quote unquote, policy forces, there was a time where you couldn't even say anything in the enactment about someone being someone claiming to be a Jew doing something, that you felt was inappropriate. You couldn't even say it in the last era's enactment, in the previous era's enactment, without repercussions. Well, that is absolutely an enactment of our own power and authority. Not that people can't say whatever they want to say. They can say whatever they want to say. But just know that, just like with us, where there's an action, there is a reaction. And that happens in the spirit realm first. So we don't have to worry about going to get somebody who said something. We don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. what the fake Jews did in the last era was they enacted using the system. They didn't have to get up out of their seat for someone to know to be quiet. They just used the system. And that is why it was so important for us to develop our own system. And really not develop, because our system is ancient. It's ancient. Everyone else copied our ancient systems. It's called the long arm of the law, but it's really a legal system that we use honorably. Honorably. And the system will do the talking. So we appreciate the acting from the last era, but we see now that it's over. It's over. That place was being enacted as the world headquarters. And it had to be at New York because that's where all the financial enactments were being made in terms of paper. Not real money, but paper. So, yes, we will do that. Are there any, before we, are there any questions, comments, wisdom? You can star 6 regarding Islam nobility.
Could you either provide us I don't know what you're speaking of there as far as news, because I don't watch news. So I'm wondering what event you're talking about.
The title is on the screen there.
I'm not seeing anything other than you on the screen.
Okay. Thank you for saying that.
Now you know why I had to ask. I'm like, normally she puts that up.
Thank you. Yeah, I do. This is
oh my.
Of course, you know they had to have an empress doing the cuffing.
Yes.
Even if
she's
asleep, but she had to do the cuffing.
Yes. Oh,
you
sorry.
see? Yes. Well, no, empress. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Because again, they know who she is. She may not know who she is, but they know, and she had to do it first, and then anyone else.
Because even in their enactment, it must be correct.
It must be the natural order.
It must be the natural order. Exactly. Order out of chaos.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And you can see on the screen where and thank you for that, Noble Phoenix, because y'all, I get so caught up in giving the information that sometimes I forget to put it on the screen. But that's why we're here. Thank you.
Islam. Yes. It's been all over, and I've been praising Allah that the change has taken place. To see all those Ashkenazis getting rounded up is a beautiful thing, because the law is for us, and we dispense the justice.
Well, you know, we're not gloating over misery, but we are justice.
Yeah.
And I'm clarifying that for those who hear this, because I don't want there to be any misunderstandings about this platform and why we point these things out. But yes, we are justice 100%. And see, everyone knows that. We don't wish harm on anyone, and we know they're acting. We know they're actors. It is, you know, the whole, everyone was looking at that with eyes wide open. That's a signal. That's why it had to happen there. It's a sign.
Yes.
It's a sign.
Park Slope is the main part of Brooklyn that I've already done a lien on, because that was one of the major strong points for the reconstruction that took place, an enactment. And because I did a lien some time ago for the Brooklyn Library. And when I did my research, there in that one amazing, beautiful, architecturally structured building, and it is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Right?
Beautiful.
It has a whole section it has a lawyer, it has an acting attorney there. And I said, and there's Ashkenazis in and out, in and out, in and out. And I'm like, this is a place where they have conducted business. This is a place where, because the library is what they say is a place where lies are buried, but the truth is buried there as well, for real. And because it's in a book, that's where the truth is. To the point that there was so many actors that have been doing business out of that one place, and it literally is adjacent to one of the biggest, most beautiful parks. And that was one of the places where our castles were before they were, taken down, because they're not there no more, unfortunately. They can be,
they're still there. They're still there.
Inside the park where the green grass is, though.
Yeah, it's buried. That was a whole neighborhood. Central Park there, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's still there. It's just buried under the dirt.
Islam?
Yeah,
Sister Angel was talking about Prospect Park.
Oh, Prospect Park. Okay.
Okay.
Islam.
All the parks, all the golf courses, all the national parks, all those places, they are called that because they have things under there that, although it's buried, it cannot be destroyed.
Yes. Oh, but I brought up the library for the point of when I looked on Acres, where this is one of the places where the records were kept, and they are very meticulous records that were kept. The block and lots were only on the original deed, and then after that, and so there's only like 3 lines. And I look and I see block and lots, and it's like the majority of Brooklyn. And it was all done. The business was at that one particular library. Yeah. So when I sat and I researched, I said, well, no wonder they have an acting attorney at this one particular library, and all these things is done at this library, and the Ashkenazis coming in and out and all this, because like they were doing the underhanded business there.
Yeah.
Angel, weren't you supposed to get your free conveyance a while back?
With regard to the fraud, there had to be, and that's why our courts are so powerful. There has to be someone making and enforcing the law, and it has to be that's where it's either an attorney or a consul that's going to be doing that. And in our cases, it's not an attorney. It's always a consul.
Can we discuss Pauline's failures tonight? Let's go over Pauline's failures.
So I said all that to say this. We're not mad at Ashkenazis. They're being themselves. They're being who they are. So they're not even the point of this. The point of this is that the world order. There's a message.
Aisha's not.
There's a message being sent out that the world order has changed, and it's not changed because we've always been the head. We've been the head and the body at Earth, period. But in the funny mirror, that this is further evidence of collapse of anything pretending to be us, because we are the real.
I affirm Islam.
Islam.
Aisha's going to be evicted very soon. Maybe that's why she's not here.
These things right here, if you'll notice, them fakes that come and try and say things on here, you never hear them talk about the failures of that previous enacting system. They never say anything about, oh, did you hear that the bank failed today? Oh, did you hear that so-and-so got arrested? Because, see, you know, they'll point out some arrests, but I don't see them saying anything about this.
Islam.
And,
you know, in my entire life, I'm almost 60 years old, I have never once seen this.
I've
never once. In 60 years, I've never once seen. In fact, I noticed while I was doing my demonstration in the prisoner of war camp, not one. You got 1,000 people there, and not one among them. Granted, I'm over in California, but they're just as strong over in California as they are in New York. They're all over the place.
Let me correct you. They were.
They were.
They're not strong anymore anywhere in the
They're not. They're not. But I mean, their effect of the things they were doing and their population, I'll put it that way. Okay.
In the enactment. Yeah.
Yeah, in the enactment. Now, what I also find interesting, they got arrested with their stuff on.
Yes.
With it on.
Yes. And they were not taken to some secret place. They took them to jail. Not only that, there's other footage of the unraveling and of this whole incident here. And let me tell you, they had to have a giant Moor brother, big muscular brother, pushing back, telling them, get out the way, stop, because they were wanting to fight, you know. Because, see, they're not afraid of an acting policy enforcer pulling out a gun and shooting them, even if they attack. They weren't afraid of that. But they had a specific brother there that just, every time he pushed back, they had to step back. It was so interesting to watch. It was just interesting to watch the developments of it. On the sad side of this enactment, they pulled out of that secret passageway, supposedly, they pulled mattresses and baby items out of there, you know, and the ones who pointed out this passageway were some young actors acting as Jews, which told me that they may have been from when they were young boys. They probably were taken back through there somewhere and molested, because they were pulling mattresses out of there. Out of all the things you could have pulled out, dirty mattresses, children's mattresses and things. When I looked at the hallway and the way everything was structured underneath that passageway, because that passageway goes under some very high, tall buildings. When I saw that and the materials used in those passageways, I can see why they were not afraid that the passageway would collapse, because all of that stuff that's under there is they built on top of our things. When you see limestone walls and marble and all types of, you know, natural materials in those underground passageways, that's because that we built sturdy. We built it sturdy. You can put a whole city on top of it and nothing's going to collapse, because that's what we did. But then there was something called the mud floods and things like that, so you can see dirt compacted about halfway up in the rooms there. It was interesting to see, and it affirmed, you know, a lot of things. It affirmed things that we've always known about who we are and things of that nature. So I just wanted to point this out.
Islam.
Angel and then Empress Shasha. Empress Angel and then Empress Shasha.
Yes, but the thing also is this is recorded for the public to see, you know, because before so long they didn't do any, they were shrouded, right? They were protected by that corporate veil. And so since the corporate veil has been removed, things like this is now being shown to show that those things that were are no more.
Yes.
Yes.
Indeed. 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 Empress Shasha.
Islam.
Islam.
As
It was
angels
Cynthia,
say
actually.
What that also, you know, as I say, the theater is over. The curtain has come down completely. Completely. And it's stated, it was in the enactment, that New York City is defined as the United Nations.
Yes.
As the capital of the world.
Yes.
And so that taking place, that enactment taking place, it wipes all of that away.
Yes.
Absolutely. And the new theater, or the new, it's not even theater anymore, the arts, whatever, the life, the new order,
yes,
as you state, with the more policewoman, woman in authority, is showing the new world order.
Yes.
The new order. That's
yes.
it.
Yes. The authority. Yes.
The new authority, exactly. Well, the authority that's always been, but was undercover, the mirror was switched, all of those things, but now it's out, we're back, we're standing, risen, everything. So
yes, indeed.
And remember, New York is called the Big Apple.
Yes. Yes, that's a great point, Empress. That's a great point. That's where Eve took the financial bite.
Yeah.
I affirm. And also in alchemy, the apple presents mother.
Yes. Indeed. Indeed.
Islam?
In and that whole financial piece.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Empress Cynthia. Just one moment. Let me just finish this one sentence right here about the connection between D.C., D.C. and New York in terms of that D.C., New York, and actually Charlotte, where the finance is concerned. And then that all started at Alabama, where the Federal Reserve, quote unquote, got their supposed gold in their enactment. Our history is everywhere. It's everywhere. Islam Empress Cynthia, we all yield the floor for you, Empress.
Thank you. Anyway, there seemed to be some type of a ceremony going on because they were turning over pews. I don't know if you saw that.
I saw that.
Like,
I did.
Some type of signal something changed.
Yes. Yes, and to Empress Cynthia, there were books on the pews, and they were turning all of that over. I was like, what's going on? But we know that it's a statement. It's a statement.
Islam, it's like the turning of the tables when Jesus turned over the table.
You know, Empress, that is exactly what that is. Because see, New York was where all that paper was being presented.
Right.
All that paper called securities and negotiable instruments and finance and things of that nature, all from there to the rest of the earth, of the world rather.
That was the core, the center, and everything branched out from there, like the sun.
In the enactment, yes.
Right. And the security took down the fake securities.
Yes. Oh, that's good, Empress. Yes.
And she was Big Mama.
She was. And you and her partner, because I was going to say counterpart, but they're not counterparts, they're partners. Mm-hmm. The brother that was They were trying to come at him, and they knew, okay, we better, as crazy as we are, we better back up because we know who he is. He may not know, but we know, and you don't want to make him mad.
Right.
It was great acting. Great acting.
Is there a video? I mean, do you have the
Yes,
link?
they're all over. They're all over. If you go, here is the channel. This one came from, ABC7NY.
Okay.
That one came from there, but there are many, 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 because this kind of like spread out all over the place, really, because it was just so. It marked, and I'll just say that because that's really what happened. It marked the full and final collapse of the financials, and we know why, and we know what we're doing in terms of what would provoke that in the funny movie.
I'm still trying to find one that's more than 50 seconds or 30 seconds, because most of them are less than 1 minute.
Okay, let me see. I'll pull up a link so that you all can see.
I'm getting that same scene that you showed, and nothing much more.
Islam. You know what's interesting about this today, or this evening? Today, while I was working on paperwork, I had in the background, I was listening to about the Khazars or Khazars, but it was very recent, as very recent, late 1900s, 2000s, and some of those visuals actually looked like what I was seeing, except they were the perpetrators. It was flipped. And it's just so interesting. I'm saying from my perspective that's what I was actually studying in the background today. And here we are, that's the topic. And I didn't know anything about what was going on presently, but it's just it's spiritual. It is.
It is. That, well, and we should know, we should take this enactment as proof that we have turned over the tables and done what is necessary for us. Here, let me put this link in the chat for you so that you can see. Let's see. Here's the link to it. This one is about 3 or 4 minutes, and then that channel has a whole bunch more videos about that enactment.
Gratitude.
Islam. The turning over of the tables is the most important piece to that. If you out of all that you see there, just notice that part right there, because that was what they called the quote unquote world headquarters.
Yes, the capital. They called it the capital of the world, and they also considered that the United Nations owned the world.
Yeah.
In the enactment. So that is, it's done.
Yeah, it is. It's a wrap. And that's why we said what we said, and this is what we've been stating the whole time, is just keep moving, Morris. Keep going. Keep demonstrating. We know that it's a lot of paperwork, but can you imagine how much paperwork they did, they enacted? Can you imagine?
That was the books on the benches. That was the symbolism of that was showing that that's absolute rubbish, has no use, is fake, fiction, and everything else.
And every book in there, one of them wrote it.
Right. Just like they wrote themselves into being, and this is not, a negative against, but the whole, everything, that was their play that they wrote.
Yes.
Using other people's story.
Yes.
But yes, exactly, yes.
And so, let that be a financial sign that we've done what we came to do. It's a wrap.
Islam?
Islam Empress.
During the funny mirror era, I used to have a large file cabinet trying to keep everything filed from all the paperwork they would send me. So that was a lot of paperwork in that era.
Yes. They enacted so much paper. And guess what they called it? Private commercial paper. Not public, private commercial paper. And that is why we write everything that has to do with us. Everything. You know what else this is right here? And remember, we're not at war. We don't have to war with anyone. In the Biblios, it talks about Gog and Magog. And I asked the ancestors to just please explain that, because I know we're not at war. Well, Gog and Magog were modern abbreviations for synagogue and mother synagogue. Gog is the child, Magog or Magog or Mother Gog is the mother synagogue, which is the Moors. That's why Magog is mentioned first in the Biblios in Genesis, and Gog is later on down the way in Ezekiel.
Mother and son.
Yes. Gog and Magog, it was supposed to be this war, and everybody's like, yeah, it's Russia. It's Russia and Israel. It's so and so and so. And there's no war. We everything that we have done, we did not need to pick up a gun to do anything. All we had to do was demonstrate with our red pen. That's start with the red and then do some things in blue. And if you want to do it in black after that, that's on you. Having stated that, another something a video that I watched, I was up until 4 and 5 o'clock looking at these things, because there was another first in the funny mirror. For the first time, because see, I thought I was seeing things when with what we just spoke about, but for the first time, a modern European actually articulated that most people do not know the difference between the funny mirror or the fiction and reality. This was about a 1 hour or so interview done by one who was previously doing business as Yuval Noah Harari. They call him, in that last era, they called him the prophet. The prophet. But in this video, he basically gives it up because he knows he doesn't have to keep his oath anymore. Some of the things he said in the video. He pointed out that corporations are fiction. He also says that if you do not control the raw materials and resources, it's impossible to actually conquer an empire. See, he knows that control of all land, all natural resources, and all commerce, it stays with us. So they had to act out conquering the world, but they could never, that would never be reality, because you actually have to be in complete control of all land, all natural resources. And he spoke specifically about raw materials and resources. He also affirmed that ultimately, and this was the part that I was surprised to hear him say, and he seemed to chuckle about it, but he said that power is based on words. And then he even quoted, "In the beginning was the Word." And he laughed about that because he knows it's over where words are concerned. But out of his mouth, language is the master key that unlocks all the doors. Language, words. And see, we've already stated the answer, the remedy, and the solution to all the problems concerning AI, because that was his boogeyman. That was the part that he was trying to see. They know that we're not afraid of actors. So now they're trying to put something out there as the big boogeyman called A.I. In other words, they're saying, well, if we don't have control of the words, we'll just let AI do it, and then tell them that AI gets smarter every second. And I thought to myself, well, but all we have to do is pull the plug on a computer, pull the plug out of the wall on the computer, and AI is finished. Just pull the plug, because AI is not going to come out of the computer and plug the computer back in so they can keep doing whatever AI does. And AI is a Babylonian word mimicker. We know that. Chat GPT, quote unquote. Babylonian word mimicker that they're saying, well, we got to step out of the way, so let's put that in the way and see if the Moors get around that. It's already a wrap. Islam, nobility.
What's interesting about what you just stated, in the funny mirror, they cast a spell through movies and everything else by showing AI, like with what was it, Enemy of the State, and then Eagle Eye, and so many other movies. Okay, showing AI just outmaneuvering, and even what was the one 2000, Odyssey 2000, whatever that was called. They always showed all that, but what they were doing was they were trying to plant the seeds of helplessness in the air, that we can't outthink these things, or we cannot outperform them. And yet, Brother Rod Hayes, he made mention of, some kind of algorithm that, he went up against and beat the crap out of the computer, basically. Okay. And, because he was dealing on such a high level, the computer couldn't keep up with him, not the other way around. And I'm just like, so that just goes to show how powerful we really were. And they knew this, which is why they were doing whack-a-mole every time we tried to open our eyes and wake up. And they were trying their best to put us back to sleep by all means necessary. So, the more I think about that, the more I'm humored by the actors pretending like they're coming in here trying to disrupt our energy and everything. And they don't stand a chance, and they know it, but they gotta try. They gotta try, and so that's what they keep doing. So kudos to all of us who have stood strong, faced up to all of this, awakened when the call came, got up, and put on our uniforms and got to work, doing what the Most High said we got to do, and that's what we've been doing. Islam.
Just speak. Use your word, your voice, your sound. That's it. The sound is the win. It's the winner. The sound is the winner. Speaking of AI and defeating AI, let me just tell you about our brother Shalay Moore Bey. He's my biological older brother. And Brother Shalay Moore Bey, who, for those who may not know, when the consulate first started, he was the one who did all the public relations work in getting the word out. He's a media genius. And we were on social media, and we were talking about more science and things. And these certain ones kept going on to the timeline and asking questions and trying to get us to respond and trying to get us to be baited into a conversation. And whenever you would go and respond, I don't care if it went on for days, they would always come back. That's how Shalay Moore said that's not a real person. That's an AI on the other end that wants to bait you into a 24-hour a day, 7-day a week argument debate on Facebook. So what he told me to do one time, he said, I'm going to prove to you that that's an AI. So what he did, he said, the next time they ask you a question or say anything to you, just type a whole bunch of letters and words that seemingly don't make any sense. Use punctuation and just any other thing. Just put all of that there and hit and wait for them to say something, and they're not going to say anything back because they don't have anything in their algorithm to fit that. So I did it, and he was right. I never heard anything further from that particular AI when I just typed a bunch of randomness. They were trying to use the word. And Shalamore said, well, we can even do non-words and beat them. And it worked. It worked like a charm. When they're going back and forth and asking questions and debating on social media, a lot of times that's just a bot. And Brother Shalamore figured that out early on and showed how to silence that. So we knew even, and I believe that was in 2018 when he showed me that little key to stopping the noise, stopping the mimicry, you know. So, but this one here, this is why we state what we state about no words apply to us unless we write them. And in this video, at the very end of the video, because see, the one who was interviewing him in this video, I believe, and I don't quote me on this, but by looking at him, he may have some Moorish blood in him. But again, don't quote me on that because there are some who look just like us that don't have any. But at the end of the video, Noah Harari, the actor, hands the interviewer a book that he has written. And he didn't hand it to him. The guy had the book already because he was preparing for the interview. But he held the book up, and lo and behold, the book was a 10th anniversary edition of when he first wrote the book. And when he first wrote the book, there was a giant black thumbprint as the back cover of the book. And also on the front, there was a black thumbprint. And on the 10th anniversary one that the guy held up, it was red. It was a giant bright red thumbprint on the book. And that was, I know that was signaling also. But the interview was intriguing, and for those who can pull from it using your sovereign filter to hear that they already know who we are, and they're actually going about trying to tell the other Moors who are asleep doing business and things of that nature that, okay, y'all can wake up now too. You know. So with that, and whenever they say something about war and things of that nature, for them, the last era was peace for them. They consider that last era as a peaceful time. They were not afraid of anything or anyone in that last era's enactment. Now that we've declared peace, they're like, oh, it's war. Oh, no. You know. So with that being stated, I just wanted to point out a couple of things because when I'm doing my study and my research, the ancestors will pull things up just like they do with you all. They'll pull things up and have you look at something that seemingly to the sleeping eye, it would seem natural, it would seem uneventful. But we can see now that no matter what we look at, it's going to be telling us who we are and who they are. There's always going to be something in it about us, always. We just have to know to look and use our sovereign filter. You actually have to use your third eye to even see the things that, and we all have the third eye. That's the beauty of it. Is my third eye and your third eye are one. Where my third eye it sees the same things, and your third eye will see the same things too, and then your third eye will see things that may not be in the forefront of my consciousness, and vice versa. However, because we're all connected in the spirit realm, whatever it is that I see, you have the ability to see, and whatever it is that you see, I have the ability to see. All we have to do is tap into one another. And finally, one last thing he said in that video that just, I knew the ancestors probably had me watch that video to hear that one line that he said in the video. He said that 50 people who come together is far more powerful than 500 who've isolated themselves and who are trying to do things by themselves. Those were his words. He said 50 people who come together can change everything, whereas 500 people who are isolated and separate can't do it. I was like, okay, that's about the right number. I think that comes, give a few more, So with that being stated, there is what we're preparing to do and what we've talked about in the past. Again, everything that we have stated in the past about how we're conducting our business and things of that nature. This, speaking of financial instruments, because see, we know that, again, we've seen evidence that the tables have been overturned. So when restating the printing for your Treasury checks, because we've talked about Treasury checks in the last couple of Congresses, here are a few recommendations to consider. Because this is just going to offer some guidance. The link is in the chat to this particular thing. Let's just take a moment to look at it, because I thought that this was a great study to just look at and pull from it what we can or what we will. It's a document that was done by Orange Bank and Trust Company. And I find it interesting that they're not just saying they're a bank or whatever, they say Bank and Trust Company. About checks and about suggested ways to write it and how and what to do and what to use. And of course, we do not have to, this is not the law regarding checks. We get to state what the law is regarding checks. But I found this to be helpful as I was doing some check work. Can
we just discuss your top 5 failures, Pauline? Just the top.
We were looking back over some of the things that we've done, our Treasury checks and things of that nature. So, as they're stating here, and again, this type of technology is not an exact science due to many factors. So that all that's saying is we get to say. In other words, these are suggestions, but we get to state what our checks look like and what the characteristics of our checks are and things of that nature. So let's take a look at this. The things that I found interesting about this, they're saying, please comply with the following requirements to minimize unnecessary exception items. And, so it says here, regarding the paper that you print your checks on, check
Just
background.
the top side failures, Polly. This would be a good one right here, the checks.
The check background must be light in color and plain, no pictures or lines to ensure payee name field can be easily viewed. Watermark or pantograph features are not acceptable in the pay to order. Now, and we know this not to be true. We have watermarks on some of our checks. But again, these are all suggestions. Font characters. They're saying the payee name must be typed. And again, we're going to type the payee name on our checks because we prepare our checks before we even get to where we're going. They're prepared beforehand. It says here, all uppercase type is recommended for the payee name. Recommended font size is 12 point. Fonts less than 10 points or greater than 16 points are not recommended. That's just a recommendation. It can be smaller than that because I've compared that to, for example, checks from banks from the last era, and they use font that's smaller than 12. I think they were using 9-point font. And they did put bold and things of that nature. That's why these are recommendations and not requirements. It says recommended font styles are noted below in order of preference, by preference. And this one, Verdana, I prefer Times New Roman, but I try other ones like Arial and Verdana. Verdana and Arial is for when you say pay to whomever, okay? But then OCRA and OCRB, these two are the ones where the at the bottom where the routing number and the bank account number is. That's what these two are for. And those who have Word or Paint 3D or some of the other programs, you will have, and WordPad even, you'll have these fonts available to you so that you can type the bank account routing number and the bank account number at the bottom of your checks.
Islam
Empress.
There's another font when I was doing some research on check creating, MICR encoding, which is when you, that's another font that gives you the, it matches what's on previous de facto checks.
Yeah.
That is another one that's accessible and usable.
And MICR is related to the magnetic imaging. That's what MI is about. MICR. There's magnetic imaging, so it just makes it so that the machines recognize.
So that actually the OCR does not require the magnetic ink because that's just optical character recognition.
It actually does, from what I'm seeing.
Okay.
When you use OCR and you create a check and you put this is just the font that the bank account number and the routing number are printed on.
Right.
But
Which
then
the MICR, that would be the same, very similar font then.
Okay, let me go here. In fact, Empress, just to further show what it is that you're speaking of, because that is correct. Regarding MI, here's OCR.
Right.
See how the numbers look like numbers at the bottom of a check?
Yeah.
1687052, and then when you put that in OCR. And then I don't see. Let me just look for MICR, Empress, because I know it's probably here.
Or you can download it. It's downloadable, free. I mean, you can just, if it's not on there already. I had to download it for mine.
Okay.
Can she share where she found that? Because I used to have that program, and I have no idea where it is because I don't have that computer no more.
It's just a font. You can go on and
Google it.
For check printing fonts. That's what I did.
Oh, that's what it is? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. It should come up.
This one says E13B, which that one came up also, but it's the same thing, Empress, because here's MICR that's putting this information out.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So yes, indeed. And when you look that up, you can just download that. That's all it is this right here. Mm-hmm. I have found also that even if you can't download the program, you can copy these numbers and paste them onto the bottom of your check, because MICR is going to be the magnetic ink resonancy,
right.
The magnetic ink piece. So it's actually the type of ink that you use that will make it so that the computer can read your check.
And pick it up. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So these numbers can just be copied and pasted in terms of your whatever your bank account number is, because remember, according to our fiduciary document, all numbers, all letters, signs, sounds, sigils, anything that has to do with writing or speaking or thinking is ours.
The word, yeah.
Yes, it's the word. So, and again, they call it a magnetic signal, magnetic signaling. Mm-hmm. So you can just you can Google MICR. Here is the font. Here's a link to some fonts too. Let me just check this link, because if this link is I was saying download something. You don't necessarily have to download anything.
You don't have to buy anything, but you just,
yeah.
I mean, it looks like it's selling you something, but they're available.
Yeah, because I didn't. Yeah, I just pulled it from here. From WordPad. They had OCRA extended, so I just used that.
I'm gonna look. It must be on my word too, then. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then I put it in black on the bottom of the check, because again, and it's not black, it's monochrome.
Right.
It's dark monochrome, which is, black is the subrogation or the hypothecation of monochrome. They look exactly the same, but what we name it is different. So, and then you get the magnetic ink, and to print your check out, and that way the computers will be able to read whatever it is that you're doing with your Treasury account. Just one moment.
Islam,
Empress.
So, from the magnetic ink perspective, you would need a whole separate printer for that, right?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No matter what kind of printer you have, there's MICR ink. Cartridge.
My printer doesn't have cartridges. It has the you pour the ink in and it has a well. So
there's magnetic ink for that.
Okay.
There's magnetic ink for that.
I guess I gotta research.
They do sell it in bottles. I mean, they have it where some printers have, certain printer will take that. You can buy the cartridge. But when I was doing a little digging myself, there's bottles and, it comes in different. So, Empress Angel, you should be able to, if you just fill your well, you should be able to buy the ink and put it in your black well.
Yeah. And let me say this about that, because as I was doing my research on magnetic ink, I found out that, when when acting police go to a crime scene and they want to test a room for fingerprints, they have tubs of magnetic ink that they spray all around the room, and it will reveal all the fingerprints in the room. And you can get a big tub of that on Amazon. Magnetic ink. That's what forensic scientists use to pick up fingerprints. You know what that told me also? That told me that the oils in our bodies respond to magnetic resonance.
Remember,
that the oil is a frequency.
And we are magnetic beings.
Yes.
We are electromagnetic beings.
Yes. And that's why magnetic ink works in those instances to pick up the fingerprints.
Yes.
We are fearfully and wonderfully made. And that's why there is a magnetic arch that was over the earth all this time, keeping gravity in place.
Islam.
Islam.
I have a HP 2500 series, whatever it was, but the ink that I use is HP 67.
Mm-hmm.
And I just found, until you just said that, I never even thought about that type of an ink. So of course I never looked for it. Yeah. The black ink cartridge, normally I can replace it for $16 to $18. That's why I stick with this printer, because it's affordable.
Yeah.
But the check printing ink micro MICR black ink is 60 Federal Reserve notes.
Yeah. Or 60 credits, however you look at that.
Credits, however you look at it. Yeah, 60 credits.
Yeah.
That's a huge difference, but I'm like, well, I mentioned to you a few months back, that's a heck of a lot of ink, and I put it out into the universe, and don't you know, all of a sudden I had more than enough ink for all the work that I was doing. I already had the paper, but I was concerned about the ink. So I'm not even concerned about the price. I know somehow, some way, in fact, I have somebody sending me some check paper right now.
Yeah.
It was going to be mailed tomorrow, I believe. So I'm not concerned about the price, because somebody's going to get that for me. All right, since I don't have the on Amazon to do that. But that's okay. It's coming.
Yeah.
So thank you for that, because now my checks will be competent. The other thing I want to say is gratitude, because in the last week when you went over the Treasury check process,
mm-hmm.
I was held back from finishing what I was attempting to do, working to complete,
mm-hmm.
with regards to the conveyance and with regards to the property acquisition, because the Treasury check piece is the part that I was missing. I kept trying to figure out, what is it that I'm missing? So I put everything aside for about 4 days.
Yes.
And when I came back, I somehow, I think I even went to sleep on that video. Okay? You went through the first part, I heard it, but there was so much going on, and I was so tired, I ended up drifting off. And I said, I'm going to go back and watch that. So when I went back to watch it, I'm like, oh my God, that's exactly what I was looking for. And because of that one, I went back to the one you did back in March of 2023, the first time you brought it up. And that was the other piece of the puzzle I have been waiting for. I just didn't know it was already out there. So, thank you.
Our ancestors knew, though.
Yeah, they knew. And I mean, believe me, I asked them. I was like, because I'm tired of dragging this on. And believe it or not, the subjects at my car dealership have been calling me. Hey, he done text me a couple times, because they know, that I'm going to acquire several of those vehicles. Okay, but it's just interesting how things manifest themselves when you really need them, not before.
Our ancestors will never let us down. They will never let us down. If we will just be patient, do the study, take the time. See, you took the time to look at the videos to see, Because
Yes.
we know those videos are long. We know that. But they're
Yeah.
not as long as when we was out there humping 40 hours a week plus.
Exactly. I don't have to do that. So.
Islam, yes, that part.
So, this is, to me, it's all good. It's worth the study. And let me tell you something. Those who take the time to go back and look at those 4 and 5 hour videos and 3 hour and 2 hour videos, you're going to find what you're looking to find. Our ancestors had us cover so many things so quickly.
Yes, we did.
For that very reason. Because we're moving very quickly. And even in some of the videos that we've pointed out to you, they're even saying things are happening much quicker than we expected.
Yes.
So of course, we're awake.
Yeah. And the other part of that is I realize the heavy responsibility that we have, that I am more than capable and have been I don't want to use the word trained, but I've been groomed, okay? Yeah. For this type of work because of my work in the old era, in the funny mirror. And that prepared me to handle and it's like I feel like and I almost don't want to do this because people are going to start either laughing with me, not at me, because a lot of people call me Moses, Black Moses, because of my beard and silhouette. Okay, but I feel like him from the standpoint that Moses spent 40 years in corporate America, Egypt, and at 40 years of age, he sent out to the wilderness for another 40 years.
Wow.
Being groomed for his real work. His real assignment started at 80 years old. Yes. I'm not even close to that, but I see the transition. My first, 30 years in corporate America was my grooming time, and I needed 5 to 10 years to wake up, and now I'm receiving my assignment. Yes. I did all my training, so I looked at that time in the old mirror as my caterpillar time.
Yes.
You see, when I was in my cocoon, now I'm burst out of that cocoon and the phoenix has risen. Mm-hmm. And I got my butterfly wings just a flopping.
Yes, indeed.
So I'm happy about that.
Anyway. And so are we. We're happy for you and we're happy with you. Indeed.
Islam.
Everything that we learned in that last era, each and every one of us is coming to the table with tools. Nobody is coming with an empty plate. Everybody is coming with something to bring to the nation. Islam members.
So, quick question. When it comes to the ink for the magnetic ink, does all the colors have to be magnetic or just the black?
Just the black.
Okay.
Just the black. And I'm not even going to, I couldn't even complain about the price of our magnetic. And it was 6 times more expensive than what Noble Phoenix it was 6 times more credit. But the ancestors said, what does it mean to you to create your own checks and use them? What does that mean to you? I said, well, okay, here we go. Because I have my printer is an M454DW, HP M454 DW, and one ink cartridge is, I think, black. Just plain black is the cheapest one, and it's, depending on where you get it from, pricey.
Islam, they used to say that it takes money to make money. Well, we got the money, so we make the money.
Yeah.
Islam.
Listen, some people in the last era, why do we think they were showing the whole world rappers and basketball players making it rain? You know what they were doing? They weren't trying to say we had that fiat. They were saying they have enough to start and get everything going. They have enough to do what they need to do. So they have no excuse for not being free. No excuse for not being free. because we have enough. I didn't know we were going to get this far. I can't say I didn't know it, because I always saw the end, the beginning from the end, and, you know, what it would look like. I saw that. I just didn't know how, without a job, quote unquote, we were going to be able to do it. But our ancestors knew. They said 1 foot in front of the other, 1 day at a time, which is what we state. Because sometimes people will worry and worry and worry more. Don't worry. Take it one thing at a time, 1 step at a time, 1 day at a time, 1 hour, 1 minute. Take a deep breath, 1 breath at a time, and you'll get it done no matter what it is. And guess what? The matrix will wait. Because, see, sometimes people, you know, they even put a time frame on things like evictions and things of that nature. That stuff, the ancestors will hold that stuff back. When you clear your energy and just be determined to demonstrate no matter what. And all of that stuff will be held at bay. It'll be held at bay. Everything is held at bay. Bays. That's not an accident that's a term right there. That's a true phrase. Everything is held by and at the bays. And the L's, the Al's, the Ali's, and the days. Islam. With that being stated, let's see. It says things about printing and placement. Letters must have enough space between them so they are not touching each other. And a regular typeface will do that. You know, none of them touch each other anyway. Additional lines of data below the payee name should be spaced such that characters do not touch the pay. All of these things, when you look at just a check from the last era, you can see what that looks like. And I apologize that I did not make a copy of a check from the last era, but you can Google checks from, and most of you can pull a check from the last era out of your, you know, the tools out of your toolbox to restate. Because we don't use their checks, we use ours. And then it says something about payee name may not be located in the top 1 inch of the check. You know, things like this. Just look at Google a check and see what it looks like, and then restate whatever it is that you see. All of these, it's not necessary to follow all of these because some of it is not correct for us in terms of they use abbreviations. We don't use abbreviations. Okay. So I just wanted to share this with you. Use it as a guide, but not as the law. You're the law. If there's something on here that you see that maybe that may be a little difficult for you in terms of, not difficult. If you see anything on here that maybe your spirit doesn't agree with, that's a better way to put that. That maybe your spirit says, you know, that's not as important to me as this. Let your spirit be your first guide on anything that you do. But when you're looking at things like this, just use it as a basic tool to just look at and say, okay, we'll do it this way, we'll do this way. I also found, in just a moment, Empress and Angel, I will yield the floor. I have found that keeping my checks simple was key in being able to make sure that the majority of these suggestions were done. Is just keeping my check as simple as possible, because my first inclination was to put our seals everywhere and beautiful, you know, our flags and all of this. And the ancestor said, no, it's just a basic system. Keep it simple. And when I looked at checks from the last era, they were kept simple. Islam, Empress, I yield.
Islam. Just something quick. I Googled and found printable magnetic sheets of paper. It says inkjet letter packets. It's 12, I guess, in a pack. It's 44.95 credits. And it says they recommend that you don't use it in a laser printer though. That's the only thing. But you get 12, so that's 12 checks. So if you even print.
You said that don't use it in a laser printer. Is that what it's saying?
Yes, it says do not use it in a laser printer.
And see, things like that are just suggestions. You can use it if you want to use it, and if it works, use it.
Okay, but this is just another option, I guess, because if it's on magnetic paper, then does the ink matter?
I don't know for sure if the ink will matter if it's on magnetic paper. I do know this though, that the Federal Reserve suggested rules state to use MICR ink.
Okay.
That's what it says. And we went over that in that first video, the video that Noble Phoenix referenced from probably about two years ago, maybe, when we first started introducing our check process. And look how long it has taken for us to get even to this point, because our ancestors are just taking their time and giving us the information so that we can absorb it all and then execute properly.
The one that I was referencing, that I went back to, was actually from March of 2023. So that was just over a year ago. I mean, not even a year.
Islam. Indeed.
Yes, no, we're clutch as far as the timing.
Yeah. Everything is perfect. Our ancestors know what they're doing. And again, we're talking about this because we know in our spirit that the turning over of the tables has already happened. Our money is the money. It's the money.
Islam, Empress.
Islam, nobility.
The matriarch just mentioned that whatever document it is that she was going through, it mentioned that not to use it on a laser printer, and the reason for that is most likely whatever document or paper it's probably plastic, so has plastic in it, so that it would not be able to take the heat from the laser printers. So that would be the reason why they would indicate do not use it on a laser printer.
Thank you for that, nobility. That's good information right there. Yeah. I'm trying to think, because even right now my printer had some issues because some plastic got in it. So I could only use one of my paper trays, but it was not a problem because I can still print everything I want to print. But you've got a point there. Laser printers, there's a certain amount of heat that comes with them.
Yeah,
and depending on what's in the paper, depending on the materials in the paper, it may affect that, you know.
Yeah, they only could run on the paper or maybe some types of cloth material, but anything that is not or has plastic or that sort of thing in it, it would mash it up because it's heat that comes out of the laser printers.
Indeed. This is what we studied, and again, this is suggestions too. We can do what we want to do. However, what we're doing is making our system, we're creating our system in a way that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And so this is what we looked at when we started studying the checks. Here's the thing about the magnetic ink. To process checks, banks' automated check sorting equipment relies on numeric information that appears at the bottom of checks and is printed in magnetic ink. This information is known as the check's magnetic ink character recognition line, or MICR line, and contains information such as the routing number of the bank on which the check is drawn, the account number on which the check is drawn, and the check serial number. Generally applicable industry standards for original checks long have required the MICR line to be printed in magnetic ink. The need for magnetic ink on original checks is not the result of the Check 21 Act. Only the MICR line of a check must be printed in magnetic ink. The rest of the information on the check, such as the date, the payee name, and the amount, can be printed in regular non-magnetic ink. Okay, so this is when we did our study, this is what we were looking at. But we did not want to move forward on anything until the ancestors gave us the okay in our spirits to move forward. So let me tell you how you will get that okay to move forward from the ancestors within you. The way that the ancestors work is, I did not get the okay, even though I had been looking at MICR ink for now about 2 years, 2 or 3 years, maybe even longer, when we first started printing our checks with the Al Moroccan American Exchange. But it was only when I went and printed out a check and demonstrated it at the grocery store, and what they said at the grocery store was that that the machine doesn't recognize the check. And I knew why, because I had not used magnetic ink. So once I did that demonstration in all boldness, because it takes boldness to do these demonstrations, knowing what we know about the public domain. So the ancestors said, okay, you knew before going in that you didn't use magnetic ink, but since you demonstrated it, we'll show you some other things about that, and then provide the ink for you. And so I had the ink provided for me. That's where you get the yes in your spirit. The yes from your ancestral energies comes based on what you demonstrate. That's where your yes comes from. Your yes does not necessarily come from anywhere but within you first. When you say you're ready, the ancestors will say okay. And so that is where a lot of this came from. And then as soon as we did that demonstration, we also saw where in the funny mirror, there are places where people who were supposed to receive things like food stamps and things of that nature, a story popped up right after we did this demonstration. A story popped up about an empress who's asleep. She doesn't know who she is. She's complaining that they haven't received food stamps for 3 months at state of California, quote unquote. She was on the news complaining because she hadn't received food stamps for 3 months. That told me that, again, their ability to go to the grocery store and do things is using that old system is no more. And you're gonna see that happen more and more. They're going to have to listen to their spirit. They're going to have to listen to and this is how we know everybody's going to wake up. Because the things that they relied on in that last era is not going to be there for them. So what did we have to do? We had to prepare the way for them. And then demonstrate and continue to demonstrate. All of us were chosen to prepare the way for them so that they can eat. They're going to have to learn how to prepare their own checks and do the things that they do so they can live, so they can transition to their heirship smoothly. Some of the things that we're doing, others have been doing these things, but they were doing it in the old system. And that's where things like quote unquote counterfeiting, that's the only way counterfeiting can be claimed, is if you're in the system and that system is governing what you're doing. But if you restate everything, when you restate everything, because everybody's going to have to restate everything, they're going to have to come out of that system and restate first and foremost who they are. When your status changes, the system and jurisdictions change. Everybody knows that. And even for me to get to this point, the ancestors made it so that the cards attached to the bank account didn't work anymore. They're not even expired. They just don't work. And I knew that was the ancestors saying, okay, it's time for merchant cards you start looking at that process some more. Look at the merchant card process some more, and also look at the check process and how you access it, because I still have access to the account. The cards, I can't use. So I have to transfer credits every time I'm accomplishing something. I have to transfer credits out to my consort and have him to get the thing. I'm not mad about that, because I already know I see what the ancestors are doing. What they're doing is the handoff, the transition of the system to us. And that's what it looks like. Some people would be afraid of that. We're not afraid of it. We're not, because they've made a way for us to get the things that but not languish in that system, trying to create what we've created. That's how we know everything is working and going as it should. And then the ancestors will send a video of some fakes turning over the tables at a place that was previously doing business as a headquarters, like we showed you at the beginning of this Congress, to let us know to keep going. You're doing all the right things. Keep going. Keep doing things according to your courts. Let your courts speak. Take the time to do the documentation. Take the time to study the printing and the inner workings, so that the system recognizes the master of that system. So,
Islam,
Empress.
Grand Rising, Empress Light. It's Annadelle here, and so following on the vibration of thought that you're communicating, I'm thinking about, as I'm setting up my court, I have some questions about how do you organize yours? And I guess I'm asking the whole Congress as well. How do you organize your internal system? You know, like when you're doing your affidavits, how do you create your system of organization? Are you, like, for instance, if you're sending it out to your 42 affidavits out, and now you have a series of documents for different courts that you're focused on, do you sort everything by the court, or do you sort it by your serial number that you have put on those affidavits? How are you organizing your internal system? And some wisdoms about that I'd appreciate, because I'm starting and it's a lot of paper, and where do I put everything? These are the thoughts I'm having. Islam.
Thank you for that, Empress. So we assign a cause for action number to every document, every lien, everything. So depending on what that demonstration is, for example, if there was a fake court trying to issue a ticket and we were going to rebut that ticket, which we've done, the lien, the levy, and the bond that we create, or whatever documentation we create to rebut that, we give it a number. And if we're doing more than one document, let's say we're doing a lien and a levy for that same issue, the lien and the levy would have the same document number, but then we would add a 1 or a 2 at the end to show that that's a series of documents.
Yes.
You know, you can even put document 1 of 4.
Yes.
Document 1 of 4, document 1 of 6, you know, and then, you know, that's how you keep track of what you're doing. And then another way that we keep track internally is when we do the government mailing process, we make sure that we keep the tracking number, because we send all the documents at once. Generally, we send all the documents at once, and sometimes we'll have to come back and send a separate set. But we keep a copy of the documents, of the main document for sure, with that green and white slip. We keep copies of all of that in our desk, in our filing system internally, you know, and that way we know, and I write on the green and white slip what was sent. Was the fiduciary document sent? Was there another document sent? Did I send an affidavit for this or that? You know, a fact affidavit, you know, whatever I send, I write it on the green and white return receipt. I write it on there, or you can use the sticky notes, and write on there what was sent, and you keep that together with a copy of either the main document, so that you don't have to make copies of everything over. Yes. But at least keep a copy of the main document of why you sent that, with the green and white slip. So we use several, you know, internal. You can do it however whatever works best for you, because you're the government for your affairs.
Yes.
You know, but those are some suggested ways to do it.
Islam, for our family, because we're working together on our writ, we have put in place our certificate of service, so that everything that's mailed out, we're keeping a record of it, and everything that comes in, we're keeping a record of it, and that's helping to create order in all the information going in and out. So that has assisted. A second question that comes to mind has to do with what is the public record really? Like, this is a broad idea that I'm wondering, is it specifically the inferior court that I'm communicating with? Is it that I'm sending it also to other actors that I want to have be aware of it or notified of what's going on? Would it be, as well as, because I'm the superior court, would it be well if I just sent it to myself? Would that effectively be on the public record? Posting it online on an online. So I have because I've seen many different ways where people are recording, but I'm not quite clear about what is this public record in truth.
So the public record starts with a maxim at law that states that notice to agent is notice to principal, notice to principal is notice to agent. Okay, that's where the public record, that's one of the places where the public record takes its format. Anything going through the post office is public, because we stated that the post office is public. We've opened the post office as a public entity. So if you have a registration number or a certified return receipt number, and it was your intention for that document to be a public document, then it's a public document. So no matter who you send it to, particularly the inferior courts, and they're not really inferior when you are the head magistrate, because you are the head magistrate of all courts, no matter where they are, who they are, no matter what. You are always the head magistrate. And so it is always proper due process to let the system know what you've done, because that's really all those inferior courts is a system. It's a legal system. Yes. It's a public legal system. It's not a private one either. It's public.
Yes.
Because if things are private, there's no need to send it to anywhere but you. because it's private.
Yes, yes.
And we don't really, for us, everything is public. Why? Because we want our system to record and know. That's for us. And everybody doesn't have to think of it that way. However, because what we're doing affects more than just us, it's public. So we definitely send it to the subjects in the office of King County Superior Court, or the subjects in the office of, even when you, let's say, for example, if the post office, or not, because the post office will never stop because we're the post office, but if the Postal Service stops, you could show your document on YouTube or wherever, on any forum where the public can see it. Okay, any place where the public can see it is public. That includes emails, by the way. People think emails are private. No, they're not. That's why they can pull 33,000 emails off of a computer and publish them. Wikipedia and all of these other WikiLeaks and all of that, because none of that stuff is private. It's all public. Because what we're doing is governing, and government is public work. So the public record is if you send notification to whatever the county court is, and you put the name of the subject that is to receive it there, the subject in the office of head magistrate, that's a public document. And see, what people don't realize too is that even documents that are claimed to be private, such as private corporations, that stuff is still public. That's why they have to publish their meeting minutes and things like that. And they're on the stock market and all of that. So it's not private.
Indeed.
It's not private. So the public record is wherever you send it. And notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. So when you send it to one place, then it makes it so that everyone should know that. However, for our records, because we're because of due process, and we keep track of our due process, we send it out to other places as our spirit says to do so.
So one final question.
Yes.
So our family is supporting a community of matriarchs to come into their nationality at this time, right? And we're an international group. So Nigeria, Jamaica, Canaanland, and so yeah. So we're truly bringing together the family, yes. And so I've been doing the Divine 42 Mahati affidavits and going through them lovely, yes. And with that has come a lot of illumination. So I'm learning a great deal just by going through them. It's grounding me in this, yes. It's beautiful. But then there's some questions that come up around, because I know that you're in Washington, and the significance of also like doing it where I am regionally, territorially, and then when I look at them, so I think, do I need to some in Washington as well? So I have some questions about that conversation about jurisdiction. Is jurisdiction wherever I am and I ground myself, and that is the jurisdiction I need to claim, or do I also need to think about Washington, the District of Columbia as well? So some direction on that would be helpful.
So what does your spirit say about that? Because see, I can already, I can pretty much tell you what your spirit is saying because of the way you phrase the question so competently. D.C. or District of Columbia, rather, that was the enacted place, okay? But I can tell you now that place is it's empty. There's no one to even receive anything except our subjects.
Yes.
So whatever your spirit says about notifying D.C. is fine. However, you are the seat or the throne of government. Earthwide, actually, we're all doing it together. So even though I'm here at Washington, whenever I send out commands and laws, it is done where it's I and all Moors are stating these laws. And so they are to be, wherever we are, these laws are the laws. But you do the same thing there.
Yes.
And the whole earth must obey what you've put on the record. So we're all that powerful where we govern, yes, we govern our territories, but we govern the whole earth together simultaneously. And we do that. If you're led to notify District of Columbia, do so, because there will be a subject there to receive whatever it is you send. Okay, the actors are not there. Everybody knows that the actors are not there. It's only right now subjects in the office of, because those offices actually are our offices. That place was modeled after the ancient Washington District for Columbia. But again, my authority is the same as yours, and yours is the same as mine, no matter what we are doing, no matter where we are. You govern here just like I do.
Yes.
Because we're one, all of us. So whatever, and that's why we say, let your spirit lead you on due process where notification and service of the documents is concerned. Let your spirit lead you, because your spirit will never lead you wrong. It's going to tell you the right things to do so that your records match your intention for your territory, and whatever you see for your territory, and whatever you see for the whole earth.
Yes. Islam.
We're very powerful, both sovereignly and together. Together, there's no place in or out of the universe that will dare, together, because we're together. Our strength is in our numbers, always, though.
Yeah, but also our strength is in our togetherness, right? So that mustard seed, that little mustard seed. Yeah, it's beautiful, truly.
It is. Yeah. It is, and there's I can't say there's no leader. We're all the leader.
Yes.
All of us. That's the strength. That's why, we're unstoppable, because we all lead.
Yes.
And with regard to your group, your council of justices, each demonstration that you do and you share with them, regardless of what the outcome is, because someone's going to see the success in the outcome regardless of what it is. That's the strength of groups, is that each one of us is demonstrating and then coming back and saying, this was my experience with this, this was my experience with this. Our strength is there. Yeah, that's how groups and councils and Congresses grow, and Supreme Courts grow, because we're all the only Supreme Court at Earth, and so our Supreme Courts at our territories grow by us relaying our testaments and testimonies of the test and what we did and how it turned out and what we're going to do next time to make it better and better and better and better. Yeah. Just one moment. Empress, did that assist with what you're studying?
It did indeed. Give thanks.
Indeed. Thank you, Empress. There was a noble and then Justice Kansu after that noble, because there was another noble who.
Islam.
Can
you hear me?
Yes.
Islam. This is Lisa, and I'm in New Orleans, in Louisiana Republic, and I guess it's quite in divine order what the sister was just saying, because I was recently refused a bank account this Monday,
And I'm so enthralled by Noble Phoenix's, all the things that he's brought forth. And I called him and I was crying. Maybe he didn't know who it was or whatever. But, it was the last, it was this last week, Thursday, that I was told that all I needed to bring was my ID, my EIN number, and I got a 98 number. And so, I was planning on bringing some documents, 7 documents. But and so this past Monday, I just brought my ID, and I had emailed already about 7 documents, including a short affidavit as to why they need to accept what I bring to them. So I'm not for certain if I was wrong, but I did want to ask about, if we stand on the Constitution or uphold the Constitution, I was thinking about, was it okay that I mentioned 18 USC 1028?
Yes.
It said 1508 specifically mentioned identification documents because, my ID is, I made it, and so I was just going to send for my driver's license as well. But, we have land as a family, on my mother's side in terms of oil on the land in this republic.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's deceased. And so I have my trust since I did our trust back in June 2020 with me and my child. And so I've been, refused a bank account from about 5 different banks and 2 other banks
Mm-hmm.
I've had accounts with previously.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I was really needing to get my bank account. So I'm trying to be brief. And so I just wanted, because it's very vital that I do these things. I'm having some severe health challenges that need to be addressed immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And, so I was just wanting to know that if I brought my ID and the documents, termination, corporate proclamation, termination, corporate contracts, proclamation of trust, all the 7 documents, that we bring, that we are told to do immediately upon proclaiming our nationality. I did those. I sent those. Mm-hmm. And actually it was some CC'd documents that I was trying to do with Navy Federal Credit Union, and they refused me. But then they sent me another email and, told me to, apply again online with the application. But I just thought that I wanted to address this situation because it's very hard to function without, having your gold or silver, or your credits,
Mm-hmm.
To get the things that's needed,
Here's what I'm hearing in the spirit realm about the demonstration that you did. This is what I'm hearing in the spirit realm about the demonstration that you did. The ancestors are saying that there are some parts of your demonstration that were still corporate from the last era. For example, yes, you did the 6 documents, but in your demonstration, there's somewhere where those that you went to are seeing some documents or something in your demonstration that says corporate from the last era. Corporate from the last era. So let me ask you a couple of questions about that. When you and Justice Consul, we will come to you in just a moment. Please hold for just a moment. The demonstration that you did you, when you did the demonstration, first of all, did you do a lien on that, whoever it is that you went to, those banks?
No, I did not.
I'm hearing that they have not been put in their proper place Because see, no one can tell you no, because it's not even, you're not talking to them, you're talking to your system. But your system could not accept what you were putting there, because there was still something that wasn't. In other words, the system that recognized what you were doing was the system from the last era. That's the system that means that it needs to be removed.
You're correct, and
will do that.
Yes. Okay, because I had assumed, I was wrong. I had assumed that it was on the list of the lien on the banks, but it was not.
Well, there's not a list unless you make the list.
Got you. All right, then.
You must lien them, because it's your estate that you're accessing. Competence at those processes is necessary. There are no shortcuts. We each must do it, because guess what? We're each sovereign. We each have a vast estate that we each must access. I can't access your estate for you. I can assist you in doing it by sharing the process about how I access mine. Then you do it, because guess what? You're God. So take the time to learn the lien process, and it's a template. We have them out there on how to do the liens. But take the time to study the process, because you're going to find some blessings in the process. It's going to speak to your spirit. The process is going to speak to your spirit.
That's right. Okay, thank you.
And guess what? Your healing with regard to your physical things that you have going on physically, your healing is also going to be accessed through the processes.
Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Some of those processes are going to be, it might be fasting, or it might, your spirit will tell you though. It might be the fasting process. It might be the sea salt process. It might
you're right. You hit the nail on the head. Because that's what I'm doing, and I was forced into it because of the severe toxic buildup from the, periodontal. Yeah. Which causes sinus bradycardia. Yeah. Okay.
Heal.
Yes.
And again, listen to your spirit first and foremost, Empress, about that. But the ancestors know what they're doing through you. They're working through you to heal you.
Phenomenal things happening. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes. You are your healer. And sometimes that's why, and this is for all Moors to hear, when we're doing demonstrations. For example, the Empress is doing a banking demonstration, and she said that it's difficult to get to the doctors and things without the bank account. Sometimes, and we've been through it too, sometimes the ancestors will put a pause on that while you heal yourself, while they show you how to heal yourself. All you got to do is listen to whatever it is that's coming from your spirit. And then you'll realize by the time you access the bank account piece, you'll realize that's not what you needed it for. You didn't need it to do this or that. The ancestors had some things they wanted to show you in the process. See, our healing is in the process. Our rise, our wealth, everything is in these processes as we take our time to do them. Any process or anything that's causing you fear, we say, this is our suggestion to the sovereigns. Anytime you feel fear, like, oh, I have to have a bank account because I need to go to the doctor. Anytime you feel that kind of fear, hold for just a moment and go within and say, okay, ancestors, I know that my healing is mine, because that's part of our estate also. Please show me how to access that. Because see, a bank account won't heal you. Your actions will heal you. It's not, your healing is not in a bank account. A bank account is a part of your estate. That's just another part of it. Your healing comes from within you, and you doing the things that are necessary for you to do. But you know that already, Empress. That's not anything new that I'm stating.
I just want to make one small comment before I go, before I let someone speak. Gang stalking by corporations, is sometimes a targeted, move, to intimidate and to instill. Because I don't know where I heard it from, but someone said that I don't know if you said it, one of them said it. They said that if they can knock you off your center, that's how they can take away your spiritual strength. And so I think that's, what they say, fear, fraudulent something appearing real.
Yes.
False evidence appearing real. Okay, so it's like being, dealing with poetry and everything. It's like so many things come to me all the time, and then I've had these spiritual experiences, like riding a bike, and then I would be riding in the neighborhood, and then I see something on the ground, and then I look up, and then it's a house, and it's one number from like the telephone number, the last 4 digits from the telephone number where I grew up, And it's like all these little ancestral things that happen. I'm sitting under a tree about to give a reading for someone, and then a leaf, falls. I'm the only table out there, or probably 3 tables out there in what you call Jackson Square area, and then one leaf falls, but yet it lands on my table. So it's these spiritual things.
Can you see the screen?
I'm actually on my phone. And all I know is that I'm gonna let someone speak now. But all I know is that in my experiences, ancestors do speak with us through numbers and signs of nature. And then I go into the thing where, the beauty of knowing you is like you said, like we have an autograph, and it's like I tell them. Ancestors speak with us through numbers and signs of nature. We don't have a signature. We have an autograph. We are a sign of nature.
Yeah.
And it's like all the time without fail. These are the short things happen. These are the beautiful snippet things happen, so the ancestors let you know that they're watching and guiding, and you take one step, they're going to take 5 because they're guiding you. And we call them every day, and and then we see these beautiful things happen, and the spiritual synchronicities from, like clairvoyancy. The first sign of clairvoyancy is synchronicity. You say something, and the next thing you know, you hear it 3 seconds later. That it could even be three stream of words. So I just wanted to share that.
May I ask you something?
Yes.
How is it, because, see, you mentioned something called, you said gang stalking. You said, is that what you said?
Oh, yeah, the drones. Yeah.
Listen to me. Okay, I asked you if you could see the screen, because I separated that word, gang stalking. It's really just gangs talking. Because, see, you're talking about hearing the ancestral voices and the things that the ancestors say to you. And I'm wondering, how is it gang stalking and then hearing all of these beautiful things in nature? How are those two things even operating for the same, for you? How is that? What is it that causes the gangs to start talking? Because that's really what that is gangs talking. That's because it's just sounds. It's just sounds.
I wish I could hear the ancestors speak, but I don't really hear. I do not hear them speak. I mean, I could have their dreams, but it's just the information that's sent to me. Like every time before I open a book, I say, ancestors, show me what I need to see.
Yes.
And then it's some phenomenal things. I want to say some things, but I would only say certain things in private. But, I've opened books up before, and it would be a numerical value, and then it would have the words. Like one time I opened up the book, the Quran one time, because I had to connect with someone, and so the word had a lot of, the part of the Quran, it had the word statutes in there. Yeah. But then it had the other word, law. Yeah. And so I really didn't understand that. I'm thinking, isn't the Quran very, very old? I said, oh, wait a minute. The modern day people, or way 150 years ago, they took things from the Quran or the Bible. Okay. Like the Constitution has a lot of biblical stuff in it and taken. But I realized that it's like I've noticed how it's like every time you say something, a lot of times you say things, then I'm feeling it in my own reality. Of course. And I said, I wish I could tell her this in person, But the whole thing is when we focus, that's the whole thing about it. That's what when I first heard.
That's what I was going to say about gangs talking, because that's all it is. Yes. It's spirit. The next time you think you feel that that's happening, ask the ancestors to speak to you through the gangs talking, and watch what they say to you, so that you don't feel that it's gangs talking anymore. You know that it's the ancestors speaking to you. See, the ancestors give us information so quickly that it might sound like a bunch, a lot of, but it's not. It's when we say, okay, ancestors, what is it that this event? What do you want to say to me by this event? What is it that you have to say about this event? No matter what event it is, the ancestors are speaking. But that can sometimes be misconstrued as gangs talking, which some call it gang stalking, but they have to hear what they're saying. They're saying gangs are talking. Okay? So just the next time something like that happens, take a deep breath, close your eyes, and say, okay, ancestors, what is it that you want me to see through this event? And watch the fear go away, because there's no gangs talking. It's the ancestors still speaking to you. They're going to keep talking to you because you are the ancestors returned. And there's some things that your hands and that your mouth and that your eyes and your feet and that your body must see and know and do, because they're working through you. And the only way the ancestors can get anything done is by you utilizing our appendages. Our hands, our mouths, our feet, our resources, our checkbooks, our money. That's the only way the ancestors can get anything done. And they are going to get it done. So our suggestion, Empress, because see, there's no gang out there that's bold enough to stand up to you. You're God. So they know better than that. So what do? They have to hijack your energy and your thinking and your words. They have to hijack that, because it's only they have to pit you against your own words, because they can't do it. So our suggestion to you is, anytime you feel anything, fear or uncertainty, just take a deep breath and say, okay, ancestors, what is it that you're trying to show me through this event or this feeling, Because again, no one can defeat you, but you can defeat yourself. You're that powerful. They had to hijack your words and hijack your voice and hijack the voice of those. Yes. So
that's something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't let them knock you off your sentence.
Yes.
Yeah. I learned about the breathing principle the year two. I'm gonna be real quick, it's less than 30 seconds. I realized the breathing principle back in the year 2000, And so I learned about the so-called Asian or Eastern astrology, more energy, etc. And so I realized that when, the whole thing is centeredness, yoga, that when I first heard about the pandemic, whatever, that March of 2020, all I could do was just dance. That's all I could do was just dance.
Yeah.
Right there in the living room, just dance and breathe because it was just too much. That's the safest, the strongest, most thing I knew to do was that. And then I got into position and, it helped me a lot. But then I noticed, I noticed I didn't do any more videos.
Your energy helped you get through that. Your own energy.
Okay.
Energy. Okay. So, with that being stated, Empress, I don't want to cut your wisdom short, but we do have
You're fine.
Moving forward in the Congress, just know that you are all powerful. You are all powerful. Your words are most powerful for you and for your life. Always. Always. Islam. That's truth, actually. Okay. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom? I have just a couple of other subject matter items to bring forth. Islam, Empress.
Yeah.
Justice Kansu. Wait, Justice Kansu.
Yeah.
We were waiting for Justice Kansu first, and then the other Empresses. Justice Kansu.
Can you open the floor, please?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Empress Minerva and Empress Shasha, I believe.
He didn't want to speak?
He just wanted me to open the meeting, I believe. Right, Justice Kansu?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, we can barely hear you, Justice Kansu. You sound like you're far away from your apparatus.
That's okay. I could hear.
Islam. Empress Minerva.
Yeah. My question is, it's taken me a long while to get to the point where I am, but I just finished my first 6 documents.
Beautiful.
And so I'm trying to now, I know you spoke a couple of months ago about the opening up the living for those who have, transitioned. So I'm just trying to figure that part out for my ancestors, my parents, how to, I don't want to say probate, but, how to go through that process and putting the, domicile, the conveyances, transferring those into, but how to do their documents without their, their thumbprint, and just trying to figure that part out.
So just know that you speak for them and you have the authority to convey property in your own appellation and name, the names that you own their names too, because you're in their bloodline. So what you do is you appoint yourself fiduciary attorney in fact over whatever it is that is necessary to do. No one can argue with you about that when everything is done honorably. Okay? So you must appoint yourself as fiduciary attorney in fact. And then whatever it is that you do, if it is necessary to include the names of the rest of your family honorably, then do that. If it's not necessary, then let your spirit lead you on how to walk through that process. Those who have transitioned, even if they were still manifested in the flesh, if they had not declared their nationality, and don't know who they are yet, their names are still under our authority. Because all names are under our authority. And it is up to us to govern those parts of our estate as well. We already know how not to use that information. We don't use that information against or to take from others. What we do is we govern it so that everyone can partake of it. So, for example, with my parents, they didn't, I can't say they didn't know, because in their spirit they knew. But they didn't articulate nationality because they were not aware of that phrase when they were here. But now that they have transitioned, some years ago, they have acreage in Alabama, and they have, all types of things. It is our job to govern the land in that manner, because foreigners, subjects, and the incompetent cannot do it. They just can't. Now, if there's someone who is waking up to who they are, then govern it, but explain what's being done, and always include others in what you're doing. The same way that we've done, where we say, I and all Moors are the heirs to all of this, all that, all the other. That's really how it's to be governed. All Moors, I and all Moors are the heirs to all of this.
So I don't need to do their paperwork and do their documents. I can just tuck them underneath my my trust.
Even if you're doing their paperwork, you're still going to have to sign for them. So you can do it that way. See, either way, you're going to be the fiduciary, trustee, and attorney, in fact.
Yes, yes.
So whatever your spirit says about the best way to do that, you can list their names under your trust.
My spirit says you're a fraud.
You can say that you can, or you can do documentation, but again, you're going to be autographing as fiduciary for them and stamping and sealing their documentation anyway.
Islam, I yield. Thank you.
Islam.
Let's just talk about the top two
for you. Hopefully that clarifies, Empress. You're the head of the estate anyway in terms of those who transition.
Yes. Thank you.
Islam, Empress, if I may.
Two failures, Pauline. Just the top two.
Empress Shasha had something, and then Empress Angel. Empress Shasha?
Islam. I'm going back to your gangs talking.
Mm-hmm.
And
there's so many failures, but I only want to talk about two. Just the top two, Pauline. So many failures.
Okay, go ahead, Empress Shasha.
It reminded me, a few years ago now, I was in the country somewhere here in Jamaica, and talking to some elder women. And this particular woman, she did crafting, weaving baskets and things. And I wanted her to come and teach. I'd gather some people and teach her some of the old crafts. And she was explaining to me, they were actually, when the women would gather to do the crafts, they were called gangs.
Yes. Yes.
And so they were gangs, crafting, talking, weaving, and so when you brought that up, it just brought that memory to mind, and it makes sense because those are the old ways of doing things, the old crafts. It's full of the ancestors.
Yes, yes. And sometimes the ancestors they're speaking all at once because they have things they want to show us and tell us, so of course there may be something that appears to be gangs talking.
But and that they are gangs, because when they gathered, they were gangs.
Yeah.
Talking, sharing, and so I just wanted to share that because it brought back that memory. It's been a while since even I thought about it. So,
there's nothing new under the sun. Anyone running around calling themselves a gang.
Well, remember,
they got that from us.
Remember when in the funny mirror, the past era, the gangs were the bad people. That was one of the stories that was put forth.
Well, here it is in Black's Law Dictionary, gang, any company of persons who go about together or act in concert. And it says here, and then they put a comma, in modern use mainly for criminal purposes. But that means that in the ancient times, it wasn't for criminal purposes.
That was what I was alluding to in the funny mirror in the old era, was that when in fact it was together in concert. What is a concert?
Right. Right.
Music,
right.
Harmony, rhythm, balance.
Yes. Mhm.
So yeah, I yield. Mhm.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Islam.
So,
previously, when the questions was coming up concerning the 6 documents, I'm competent and know about how this process works because I study and things. But for the people who who I don't know how to say this, but I used to hear the phrase a part-time Christian. Because people go to church, the so-called church, part-time, and they do things part-time. So for the people who don't full-time study and full-time do this work, sometimes have a difficult time understanding how we, acknowledge ourselves, and we we affirm ourselves, right? Based upon our affirmation, our declaration, and thus and so. Because I just had got a question sent to me asking me to further explain, if we send the paperwork out, does we have to get recognized, that's the word, by the Department of Interior? And I said, well, no, because we recognize ourselves. So the question was still bounced back to me as if I didn't answer the question, but I know I did. And then I said, well, listen to the videos, listen to the calls, or just participate in the calls. And they're on the call now. I said, well, hear what's being said. This question is being answered to you right now, because every single time anybody does any single piece of paperwork and put it out there, you're recognizing yourself, right? Because you have to have the affirmation, the knowledge and wisdom and the self-assuredness and the competency to do the paperwork and put it out there, do your spells, and you affirm your own self, which means you recognize yourself. And all the offices that you have done the paperwork for, those are your offices. So you have to stand on your square and stand boldly and then demonstrate. And so I'm just like, how I know how I do it. I'm just putting the statement/question out there so people can hear this question and statement being mentioned, so they can have the resolute statement be given, so they can know that we recognize ourselves and we affirm ourselves, and then we demonstrate it.
So if, let's say, the Department of the Interior, we just looked that up. Anyone who knows who they are will know that first and foremost, there is no such thing as a U.S. Department of the Interior. I know you see it on your screen. I know it looks like it's real, but it's not. So, why? Because this address is not, there's no such place as D.C. That's not a state. That's not a city. It's not a county. It's not a jurisdiction. It's none of that. It's 2 letters, D and C, and that could stand for anything.
Just continue.
It could stand for that also. So anyone, so then anyone who would address this right here still does not know that it's a system that they're speaking to. They still think they're talking to people. When it's not people, it's a system. So even when the Empress was talking about a bank account, by going in and speaking to actors, that means that you still don't know yet that it's a system that you're speaking to and not actors. And that system must be properly addressed or the actors are going to come in and start acting. By acting like they have the authority to issue a bank account when they don't even have real money. Which to me is just hilarious, but that's what they do. In their enactments.
Yeah. In
their enactments, when people don't know that those are actors and they are actually bankrupt and defunct and they don't really exist to people who know the real deal about banking. So, even with where banking is concerned, the Empress is the bank. She's the one, she already has the accounts. They just must be restated. All accounts, bank accounts must be restated. And we've shown how to do that in many videos, actually, how to do that. In other words, just rewrite everything concerning that account, and then it is yours.
Islam, yes. And then also, there was a statement stated that the demonstrations that had been done, there were no victories because of it was an enactment of an eviction, right? And then you've been stated during this Congress also that even in something that seems to be, a negative, there's still a lesson in that for you to extract. So I'm perplexed, and I'm just like, I gotta breathe and be patient and be calm.
Sometimes things like that come to certain ones because the certain ones are so powerful that in order for someone, and I'm not saying this about whoever sent it to you because this may not be their intention. However, anytime things like that come, it is an attempt to chip away at your confidence in what you're doing. You must not let that chip away at your confidence. And I know you won't, Empress, but I'm saying this for the sake of everyone here.
No, I eat it up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner and give it fuel.
The ones that say there's been no success, they haven't demonstrated a success, so they think that it's not successful for anyone. They must demonstrate their own success first. You got to save yourself first before you can try and talk about anybody else. And see, the spirits know that. In the spirit realm, they know that save yourself first, like our prophet said. And then you will see. But we've even stated that earlier in this Congress. It is you get the yes in your spirit from the ancestors when you demonstrate first. Demonstrate first, then you'll be able to move forward in what you're doing. But if you're sitting there looking at other people demonstrate and making your judgments about other people's demonstrations, that's called armchair coaching. You sitting at the armchair, sitting on your behind, not demonstrating your status, and then trying to say that because you sitting in the chair doesn't work, it's not working for you, that you're going to label everyone else that it's not working when we sit here telling you out of our mouth it works.
That would refer to the part-time part.
And again, I'm not directing this at anyone specifically. I'm saying in the spirit realm, listen, you must get up off of your behind and govern your vast estate, or else no.
And you also say that over and over again, you have to do it yourself. Nobody can do it for you. You have to do it yourself. That comes with the tests, that comes with the testimonies, and that comes with the victories, and the seemingly what is not a failure, but it is a lesson for you. And I've also said this, and people say, I don't have any lessons to learn, and I don't have pay attention to lessons. And I'm just like, well, then, woe unto you, because the lessons are there, and if you don't learn it this time, you're going to come around again. That's what I know. That's a law of nature.
Yeah. Yes, because we volunteered to come here, and they still don't realize they volunteered. They still thinking that the power is somewhere outside of them. They still don't know that they're the power. They think it's out there somewhere. The system can't even do anything for you if you don't command it to. And it's not going to do anything for you. It's not going to come sit up in your lap and stroke your ego.
Dear God.
It's not going to do that. You shall stand and demonstrate your sovereignty one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to happen. So even if you sit there, something is coming. Will it meet your sovereignty, or will it meet you sitting on your behind, looking at everybody else, trying to discourage everyone else? Don't do that to yourself. Because, see, it's kind of like the ones that come in and they try, Pauline, you know, all of that stuff, you know, the foreign matter that tries to come in and speak. Listen, they already know they can't handle me. They can't handle me. They know that.
Likewise, Islam.
So they'll come and try and say things so that they can get to the ones that send questions to you like that. They can get to them. They have to demonstrate. They're going to have to demonstrate. That's pure and simple. Point blank, period. They're going to have to demonstrate. In order to see success, you must demonstrate. Or else you're going to think everything that you see is, I didn't like the outcome of that. That's your problem. That's your problem. Meanwhile, we're busy accessing our vast estate. I wouldn't be sitting here if it didn't work. Because see, they was trying to get us to accept a corpse and sit that corpse in jail for a few years.
Islam Empress. I mean, because my favorite line is, they better go on and shut all the way up, because unless you got an account that says United States Treasury, what is you saying? La 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 la. Like, you have nothing to say. Because I know somebody who does, and I know mine soon will be stated United States Treasury. That's it. Period.
Stated that, Empress. All you got to do is write it and publish it. That's it. Someone in the chat, the Empress said, if we all shared the daily successes being done and shown in the public, we'd be doing 4 and 5 hour calls on Sunday and Thursday. And she's right about that. If everyone shared their successes, but see, it's only the ones that's demonstrating that are going to even see that.
Thank you. And studying. Gotta put that part in there too. Studying. Like you just said, when Noble Phoenix mentioned how he went back last year, March, and found the video that he was looking for, his spirit guided him to, because he put it out there. Law of attraction, those parts. So it came to him. That is it. That is all. That is ever will be. That shall be forever and ashe. Nothing else.
Islam.
That's it.
So now, Islam. We affirm that, Empress. But you know, most people know that it's through their demonstration that anything happens for them. They know how this works. It worked just like the same way that it worked in the last era in the church, where you had to go up to the altar and confess, walk it out. You had to do that. Yes, Empress Nabi, walk it out yourself. Get up off your behind and get busy.
All day.
Now, let me move to yet another little piece of subject matter, because this piece right here is this piece has been on our hearts and minds regarding us. Because see, some people feel that because others are suffering so badly, that we are to do away with who we really are and go suffer with them. And we rebut that. So during our studies, the ancestors brought us to this word right here. It says luxury. excess and extravagance, which was formerly an offense against the public economy, but is not now punishable. Luxury, excess and extravagance, which we're going to change the meaning of the word luxury. It's not excess, it's not extravagant, it's common and regular for us. We saw our ancestors do it. Everything was gold or golden. Things were the way they should be. And even in chapter 29 of the Circle 7 of the Holy Quran for the Moorish Holy Temple for Science, it states that all was well. Everyone had all that they needed. Everything, all abundance is a part of our estate. And so luxury to us and abundance and wealth are all the same. Those words are the same. And so we want to, and it is not an offense against our public economy, because in reality, in that last era, there was no public economy. Everything was claiming to be private. And the only ones that got punished for being comfortable were those who didn't know who they were. But for us, everything that raises our vibration, everything natural, gold, silver, Moorish sovereign dollarium, wealth, abundance, domiciles, conveyances, anything in lands, commerce, natural resources, all of that raises our vibration, and to us that is the luxury, meaning our wealth, our estate, that which is regular for us. So we just wanted to place the meaning of the word luxury on the public record, and some are still going to say, yeah, I know people that are sleeping under bridges, and y'all shouldn't be thinking about luxury. They will need to declare their nationality so they don't have to do that. Why is it that we're creating our own economic liberty and freedom so that we can have and be and do who we really are? And in the Biblios, our empire is without end. And so in our minds, there's some chains that we've broken off of our minds regarding how we demonstrate our vast estate. And this is one of those ways. All in favor of stating that the word luxury and the word wealth and the words estate and the sovereigns and the land are all one. If you would please state Islam on the public record.
Islam.
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 Cynthia Ann Bay. Islam.
We want
Islam.
And might you open the call for Empress Rosetta, please?
Yes. Thank you. Islam. Indeed.
May I ask
Islam.
something?
Yes, Empress Shasha.
Luxury, the first three letters, lux, light, to shine,
yes.
brightness. There's nothing about that is not us.
Yes, indeed. We're breaking chains. We're breaking chains and breaking spells and casting spells, and this is one of them. Islam nobility.
We got the barber, Georgia Territory. On me, for surgery. About the IDs again.
Yes.
I got a location.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. It's showing that it arrived in Seattle, Washington, November the 2nd last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it's still there.
is it saying about delivery? Because it probably arrived at that place, but then the delivery of it, has it reached its final destination? Do you have an affirmed delivery of it?
The only thing showing is it arrived at the distribution center.
Mm-hmm. So they still have it there at the distribution center. Let us agree and state for the record that we will receive it here in the next 3 days. Let us just put that on the public record and then go from there. Let's go from there. Okay. Islam. We'll receive it here in the next 3 days. And the system hears that. Okay. We've been receiving other things, parcels and things coming in. We've been receiving them. I see no reason why we wouldn't receive that one also.
Okay. I appreciate it.
Sure. We keep an eye on the things coming and going. We keep an eye out. And the post office is subject to us, and they've been doing an excellent job. Our system works. Islam.
Thanks.
You're welcome, nobility. Really quickly, for those, we were talking about the buildings and the spaces. And we were also talking about the book entitled The Great Taking. I was looking at that particular documentary, The Great Taking, and this photo came up. And so I will that we take a look at this photo and discuss the question, how do we know that this space is available to us with the use of our processes? How do we know that? How can we look at this and see, this is about us and not the last era? They won't be looking for fiat. They're going to be looking for gold, silver, and more sovereign dollarium for this space. How can you tell? Look at the photo closely. How can you tell that this is the flag?
The flag.
Yes. So the places and the spaces, listen, as we continue to competently govern, it's going to be very clear and obvious to us, because we have the processes in place to go into the buildings and the places and the spaces, okay? It's going to be very clear. It's going to be this clear. Okay? Our system works. Our system works. Whether people want to believe it or not. And listen, for those who want to sit back in the background, you can sit back there if you want to, but we're moving ahead, and the system is doing exactly as it should. Because it's a system that we created. This, for those who will to see the documentary, you can see where to see it on the screen here. If you want to just go and listen, this is the same book that we talked about 2 Congresses ago. And as we just so happened to be watching the documentary and doing some more looking at everything manifesting the way it should, according to our competence and demonstration. See, we don't have to go feet first. We can go head first. Because it's going to manifest, period. It's already manifested. These listen, everyone knows who we are and what the signs and signals and sigils and flags and all of that. They already know what time it is. They know what time it is. And just as we stated before, we don't have to fight, we don't have to war, we don't have to shoot, we don't have to pick up guns, we don't have to do any of that. All we have to do is be competent and peaceful. And the system will do what it's supposed to do. So we wanted to share that with you as well, because we see it and we knew and we know, all of us, that this is how it works. So are there any questions about this flag in here, in this photo? And this is in the public domain. They know. This is not a mistake that the flag looks like that. It's not a mistake. Any questions, comments, wisdom? And nature abhors a vacuum. Nature does not allow space to be empty. We require that space be filled with something, whether it be our words or us or whatever. But it can't be fraud. It can't be fiat. It can't be anything that's not living. It must be living. All land, all natural resources, and all commerce. All. Our ancestors simply willed that we demonstrate competently.
I will that Aisha is
evicted. Put the systems in place.
I will Aisha to be evicted.
They said put the system in place and then use the system. So at every territory, you're going to begin to see this type of announcement.
And guess what? She's not here tonight, is she, Polly?
That all is well, and let's demonstrate. The processes are in place. The documentation, lien.
My spell worked on Aisha. She's going to be
lien, levy, bond, because commerce must be bonded, actions must be bonded, courts must be bonded, all of that. Lien, levy, bond.
Aisha, where are you tonight?
And then create title on Moorish government letterhead, and then create a deed on county letterhead. And we're the county. No one else is. We are. Okay? So, with that being stated, we will start here at the next Congress. During the next Congress, just a moment. Just a moment. You know, we demonstrate an eviction every time we boot them out. We evict them. So, yes, they're evicted out of the meeting. So who's really doing the governing here? We are. In our next Congress, one of the things that we would like to, we will to discuss is what type of document the Constitution is. Is it a civil document? Is it a military document? Is it public, private, peacetime, war, neutral, criminal, administrative, commercial, sovereign? What type of document is it? We will discuss this and other things in our next Congress. Are there any questions, comments, wisdom regarding anything that we've stated and proclaimed and declared and shown in this particular Congress?
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
I'd like to get some encouragement. There was a sister who said something a couple of meetings ago about having lien, levy, and bond parties. That's what we've been doing. So I would encourage, if you guys have time to at least one day out of the month do one. And so others can be encouraged to be able to get those lien, levy, and bonds on the record.
Yes, Empress. And if you can, video a little bit of it and let us see, what it looks like, and that may assist them, those that will to do them. And let me say this too: if you're at a territory and you don't know any other Moors at your territory, you can still have a lien, levy, and bond party. We do them all the time with ourselves. We just sit here and create and put things forth, and have us a little sip of tea or whatever we're gonna sip on, and because we're still one, all of us. We're all one together. And it won't be long when we're face to face with each other regularly. Islam. We're looking forward to that.
Islam, Empress.
Islam.
My goodness, talk about unified. Because I literally jotted down before the Congress, and it states, might we go over the specific headers for types and styles for various documents, and in the instance we would use them, i.e. national, federal, state, corporate, and let's say you established your own, like an anti-peridium. How would and why would you use different documents? And I literally wrote that down, and then now you state we're going to go over that next Congress. Islam. Because I that's my question. How do we for, like, the headings, and why would we use different headings? Again, for the point of, I'm creating this one document, and I wanted to know which heading would I use, because it's a statement stating that I am the overwriter, and so on and so forth. And I wanted to know which heading would I use.
Which heading you would use?
Would it be a corporate one? Because it would be pertaining to the establishment of the account. So
that's not just one document, that is several documents. One of the documents is always going to be the fiduciary document to go with the corporate document. So for whatever you're doing, Morris, if you're doing, let's say, a bank account document, you are the national, and you're the only head. There's no other for that document, for that bank. So you must recreate the corporate document and then always send your affidavit with that document. So for example, anytime I do anything with, for example, USAA or United Services Automobile Association Bank, I do one. I send my this is our fiduciary document here on the screen. But then I also do a corporate document on 8.5 by 11, where I'm speaking to that office, and I'm the chief for United Services Automobile Association. So I have many documents, many company documents.
Islam, we can't see the screen that you're referring to.
Okay, just one moment. Thank you for that. So this is our fiduciary document right here that we send, and then what we do is we design or send a second document, which would be here. I'll just give you an example of that, of the second document. If we're speaking to you, to the subjects in the office of Chief Executive Officer, because that's our office. Whenever we speak to subjects in that office, we design a document using USAA, using our letterhead, our USAA letterhead. So, for example, let me go to my letterhead, all of my logos and things of that nature, because I have a specific place folder on my computer that has the logos and all of that. So no matter who I'm speaking to them as the head of whatever it is. If you'll notice, I have Treasury logos, I have logos for Congress, I have logos for Nissan, I have logos for hotels that I have nationalized these logos. So let me just pull the one for USAA. Let's see. Here's the one that I nationalized for USAA. And so I would take this logo, just one moment. Let me make sure that it's, okay. So what I would do with this logo, I would take this logo that I've nationalized. How do you nationalize the logo? You just change the color, put some red in it somewhere. So I would take this logo and put it at the top of the 8.5 by 11 document. And I updated this logo so that it doesn't have this USAA here, but it's in red, so I could have done it that way. I could have kept it that way. But just for the sake of this demonstration really quickly on how to speak to banks, because you are the original bank anyway. So for the sake of this demonstration, we'll just do it this way. We'll put the logo up here. And then we state from, just one moment. Let me put this in the right and put it in blue. And then we'll say Chief Executive Office. So we say from the Chief Executive Office. And we make it blue. And then we reference any account numbers. So this is regarding, and we spell according to what we're stating, regarding account, and we spell everything out, number, and then we'll put an account number and everything of that nature. And then we speak the following account is under the authority of or for the United States for America. The fiduciary, and here let me make it a little bigger so you can see it. The fiduciary attorney, in fact, is Pauline Denise Ritchie. The beneficiary is Pauline Denise Ritchie, in all capital letters, in blue. And then whatever else you want to state. And then when you get ready to sign the document, you say, here, let me move that from the middle because I don't like it in the middle like that. You say with honor, Chief Executive Officer, or you can say Chief Justice. And generally, I do put Chief Justice on mine. And then underneath that, I put, spell it out, United Services Automobile Association Bank. So this, just a moment, let me do the right spacing here. So this is how I send my documents out, and then I'll autograph it in blue right here. And generally, I'll date it. And the way that I put the date is the year first, then the month, and then the day. So this is how this is a National United Services Automobile Association Bank memo or letter or affidavit, okay? And then sometimes I'll even put the word affidavit regarding account number, whatever the account number is. This logo right here is not the same as the black thing that you see when you go to their website. This is blue and it has a red eye, okay, in the logo, and it has a pyramid here. So it's different. And when you do, if you don't feel comfortable doing this, it's because you do not know U.S. Trademark and Patent Office law yet, or not U.S., United States Trademark and Patent Office law. If you feel uncomfortable nationalizing a logo, because that's really what you're doing, then do some more study on United States Trademark and Patent Office law and what constitutes a trademark and what constitutes a patent. And you could even go to Black's Law Dictionary and look both those terms up, and you will see that we have the authority, because all of this is in the public domain now. But we had to create that public domain outside of that last era. Okay? So this is how you would do, and then whenever you send something like this, I usually emboss it. I put the gold seal on it as well on 8.5 by 11 paper, and then I add my fiduciary document with that document, with this document. So this document won't go by itself. It will go with something on our government letterhead, an affidavit such as this, to moor that document to the land and state the proper jurisdiction for that document. Okay? And in our fiduciary document, it states that we have authority over all of this, all numbers, all letters, all dialects, all punctuations, signs, sounds, sigils, names, styles, all of that, sequences, all of this is ours. And then we state on our fiduciary document, we state here, Job, the 32nd chapter, verses 21 and 22, they have always known that we do not accept any man's person, neither do we give flattering titles unto man. And then we state Federal Rule 4 civil procedure, and when we use these affidavits right here, we use ancient English. So these are not typographical errors. This is ancient English, which is our national language. And let me state that ancient English is whatever your spirit says about how you spell. So our ancient English comes from within each and every one of us. So you already know how to use ancient English. All you have to do is start writing or spelling or typing, and then your spirit will say, spell this one this way, spell it a little differently, spell it that way. Put an E on the end. Put 2 L's instead of 1 L. You know, your spirit will tell you how to do that. Okay, how to spell ancient English. And then when you look at your ancient English, it's going to actually point to the language that your ancestors used. Okay? And you'll see that as you continue to write and do your affidavits. On Moorish government letterhead, we do them in our national language, which is ancient English. And in ancient English, you can add any other language with it. For example, we have here some Arabic, we have some Hebrew, not Hebrew, Arabic. We have some, and they say Hebrew, but it's really Israelite language. We have different spells that we've cast here as well, okay? And so that is how we do all of our demonstrations regarding banking and anything else that we're doing.
Islam. To add on to, not to exclude if somebody comes knocking on your door asking for a person that is not your person. Can you scroll back to that part in this document that states we do not accept another man's person? Please and thank you.
Yes, and we quote the Biblios because the Biblios is a trust document. It's also a financial document.
Precisely. And so this is where the spirit and Empress, like you state this, and I say this as well, when the competency comes into play, where when you become competent, the paper will manifest itself. Yes. The paperwork will come from within because the competency aligns with the spirit, and then the paperwork comes forth. It's not an insult to say the competency has to come. It's not an insult to say somebody is lacking competency. It's not an insult. It's because you have to exercise the spirit of listening, the art of listening to the spirit. And Sister stated that earlier when she said she goes out into the nature and the spirit speaks to her through the wind, the trees, and everything else. And that comes by competency is the ability to hear and know what is being said when it's being said. That's it. Really, is from my perspective. That's what competency is. And then to manifest it. That to me is what competency is. Yeah. Right? So when we see, we study, we learn, we demonstrate, that's all competency in a bundle package.
And you know what? No one can make you competent but you. No one can make you competent but you. Competence comes by not just study, but demonstration. I've learned some of the greatest laws and precepts, from demonstrating. I found out how powerful our courts were when I demonstrated in a 10-day POW demonstration. That's when I knew that our courts cannot be stopped, and I don't care who it is, no one has authority over us. I knew that then.
Exactly. So if anybody comes to any situation or door knocking or whatever it is, you don't accept that person, period, flat out. And then this fiduciary statement document affidavit also speaks to the demonstration of the competency of knowing that we are every office. If we have fiduciary jurisdiction over every number, integer, comma, period, accent, tilde, whatever in between, monochrome ink and everything, how do we not know that we can't be underserved or overserved or interserved? And how do we not know that we have to affirm ourselves and we don't need anybody else to affirm us?
So, Empress, I'll say this about that. You can talk until you're blue in the face about that. They're not going to get it unless they demonstrate themselves. They're not going to get it unless they demonstrate that themselves, or clear the energy, because there's some energy in when people are saying that this doesn't work, that doesn't work. There's some energy there that needs to be cleared, or they're not going to be able to see the answers. They must clear their energy and allow their spirit to tell them what you're saying, because what you're saying is true. We know that it's true, but that's some study that we It has to come from within. It has to. No one could have told, I'll just say this. For example, Grand Sheikh Tariq Bey has always stated how powerful our courts are. I knew he was right. I knew he was telling the truth. I knew he knew what he was talking about. But it was only when I had to demonstrate the court or stay in jail. I had to. And it was only when I did that. Now, not everybody's going to have that demonstration to do. Not everybody's going to have to do that demonstration. But that one was for me to do, so that I know for myself that our courts can stop any aggression. I had to know that. And then I had to demonstrate it no matter what they said or did, because they offered all types of craziness for me to capitulate. And I just kept saying, no, I'm doing my demonstrations. I'm going to demonstrate. All rise and stand and remain standing. And this language right here, first in your documents and then face to face. At least this much right here. At least this much, stating that all our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are vested in ourselves. You must be the court. See, in the old times in Hollywood, they demonstrated this by calling it a duel. A duel, a D-U-A-L. And they would have whoever drew first was the winner, because they would decapitate, capitulate, or kill the other person. So when they talk about dual nationality, that's an oxymoron. That's an oxymoron. Dual citizenship. No such madness exists. That's like saying race is real when race is not real. Either you are of the bloodline of birthright, or you're subject to the bloodline of birthright, period. There's no racism. No such madness. That's like saying that we're racist against lions and tigers and bears. No, we're not. We created them. So, with regard to someone is saying something about ACH demonstration where banking is concerned.
Automatic clear. Oh.
Yeah, yes, Empress, the automatic clearinghouse demonstration.
Automated, yes, correct.
Automated clearinghouse demonstration. The system is automated. They say that on the ACH website. It's a system. Are you speaking to the right system? It's not necessary for us to look at word for word what you're doing. Let's say payments. Automated clearinghouse services. It says right here, the automated clearinghouse system is a nationwide network. Those words alone should tell you how to do that demonstration. First and foremost, the system does the work for you. All you have to do is speak the right words. It's kind of like abracadabra. Just speak the right words. and speak to the right system. Know who you are, because it says through which depository institutions send each other batches of electronic credit and debit transfers. Are you a depository institution? Do you know how to express that? In other words, do you know that you're the bank? Because that's what a depository institution is. It's a bank. Banks only speak through court. So have you done your documentation from that place, from that location? Have you done that? I'm just saying this, and I'm asking generally by way of anyone wanting to do anything of that nature. Yes, indeed. Here, I'll put that link in the chat for study. Okay. Let me just see. I'm looking through the chat. So knowing how to read will assist you in that demonstration. And let me just, I'll just have the heirs to tell you that when you're sending things regarding automated clearinghouse services, have you notified them of who you are properly? And who did you notify? Because see, we see here that Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, okay, that's not real. It's not a Board of Governors, it's the Federal Reserve System governors, which is us. And how do you speak to that system using this right here? And we'll just let this be one of the final things that we state in this Congress for today until our next congressional assembly. Can someone very briefly, let me pull up this document here. There it is. Can someone state how this address should be stated when you are doing an ACH transfer? Who to notify and how? First, who do you notify when you're doing an ACH, which is an automated clearinghouse exchange? Who do you notify? Does anyone know?
Islam. Well, I would say the postmaster, for starters, because the postmaster, the office, is the most ancient office at earth concerning accounts.
That's one notification. He specifically, or the question was specifically regarding an automated clearinghouse.
You just put up.
Okay, just a moment. Can you see this screen with the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System?
Yes.
Can you see the words automated clearinghouse services here?
Yes.
Okay. So since that's what is being done, this address, let me just put this on the screen as well. What is the best way to state this in order to get your, because again, you're going to send your automated clearinghouse documents this way. How would we restate this? Because this was done, we pulled this directly off that site. How would this be restated properly? When you, because this is where you would send an ACH deposit. This is where you would send it with the proper information.
Islam, would you have to spell out everything?
Yes.
And change it to
We are the governors.
Yes.
We are the governors.
Okay. So this is how you would do it. And this would be in blue. All of this would be in blue because you're doing commerce. And you can put, again, you can put this zip code. You can put it or not put it. Either one is fine, because you spelled out Washington District of Columbia. You spelled out Northwest. Okay, you spelled out Northwest. You spelled everything out. You addressed the subject in the office of. And then here, you can put governors here, but then up in the upper left corner of your envelope, this is what you would put. This is your mailing envelope. You would put your appellation. I'm just using mine as an example, but you would put yours. And you would put, your mailing location in that manner. So this is who it's from, and this is who it's to. They are subjects. You are the governor. You are the governor. And then you would send the fiduciary document with it, stating that you are the head of all letters, numbers, accounts, all of that.
Much.
You're welcome, Empress. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom regarding this process or any processes?
Islam,
Empress.
in a previous Congress, you spoke about providing yourself a credit against a debt. And so I envision that what you showed us here is how you would write the affidavit about that. But what kind of wording would you use to communicate that? Do you need to be super specific about how much credit they are to provide you? Is it, are you to tell them how to direct it? I have questions, like how does this work?
Yes, they're not providing you with anything, and that is some of the facts that we must know.
Mm-hmm.
They're not providing you with anything. You are speaking to your very own system. So the way we speak to our system is we state the following.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just say 100,000 this time. We do hereby deposit $100,000 dollars. And the reason we put dollars in all lowercase letters is because we're talking about real money. We're not talking about Federal Reserve debt notes. Okay? Into the following account, and then you would put the account information. So they're not doing anything for you. You're not even using credit. You're going to deposit the money yourself, the money. And this is where more sovereign dollarium comes in at, because you must have the species. It must be the proper species.
Yes.
And so you would send 100,000 more sovereign dollarium with this to be placed into the account in exchange for 100,000 account credits.
Yes. Yes.
So where specificity is concerned, that is how we demonstrate specificity, and that's also how we demonstrate speaking to our system. The system is not ever going to do anything for you if you write it and you say, I would like for you to deposit into my account this, this, and this. They're going to ignore you and act like they don't even know you.
Yes. Yes.
Okay? You see why they would
Yes,
ignore.
I do. I see why. Give thanks. Islam.
Islam. We command the system to do, and the system does. Or you can even send a check, because we just went over what the checks should look like, right? So you can send a check and deposit it into your own account, and we'll probably be doing that demonstration sometime soon. Whenever it's time to do it.
Islam, real quick.
That time is now. That's why we've already made movement on a whole bunch of this already. Islam.
The Water Street part, is this also a part of that?
So Water Street is where liens, and you would lien the DTCC, the Depository Trust Corporation Company, and the Depository Trust Company, either one, because one is agent and principal of the other. That's where that is. That's one of the initial liens that you do when you are competent in that area, to know that is where everything was being held in terms of the exchange of contracts for credits. So the Federal Reserve actors were placing all the paper contracts there, and then saying, okay, let's issue these fiat credits for these contracts. But we're not going to give them directly to them because they are not competent yet to use that kind of stuff. We're going to distribute it for them, meagerly, in a minor way. And we're going to hold them accountable for the contracts and not give them the credit. So the 55 Water Street is, and the reason it's called Water Street, they turned it from Water Street to C Street, SEA Street. We just turned it back to Water Street. So, yes, that's where all of those contracts were being held there, and they were being floated and turned into lost at sea stuff.
Thank you.
Islam. But the right address at 55 Water Street, without, when you spell everything out, it's actually doing what it's supposed to do. So you can notify, because because you asked that question, that means that you're competent and you know that that's a part of the system too. That's where Wall Street was getting everything from, because they right down the street from each other. So our nation placed a lien on all of that. But now those that are inspired to place a lien, placed a lien. Because keeping in mind the following, when I placed a lien on Pauline Denise Ritchie in black in brackets, that was not my person. That was a fraudulent person pretending to be my person. But it was a debtor because it was created by debtors. My Pauline Denise Ritchie is a creditor. It's a beneficiary of which I am the fiduciary. And same thing with you. You just create your own with the fiduciary document and keep on moving. Don't use any abbreviations. Make it all in blue, etc. Thank you. Yes, Belinda put it in the chat. Spell everything out, no abbreviation, put it all in blue, period. That is the restoration of the republic. The republic. That means make it public again. And that's what the Treasury is. It's public. So with that being stated, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom? Again, every demonstration has both a Moorish government affidavit on Moorish government letterhead, and hopefully all Moors have this letterhead. Hopefully you do. If you don't have it, here, let me put this up here so that you can screenshot your own government letterhead and use it, Moors, for whatever it is, because this must accompany your affidavit. We have placed notification on the public record regarding our systems. So according to status, everyone can use the system. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom regarding anything that we've talked about in Congress today?
Islam. And based upon what you just stated, if an actor is attempting to use your person, that means you have not put that person in check, like the all caps black name, nom de guerre, because we just spoke about this last Congress, the nom de guerre versus your appellation and attribute that your mother gave you. There is a difference.
Yes, there is.
So if the actors is coming after that black all caps in brackets, that means there's still work to be done. The answers is drawing you to say there's work to be done with this. You got to get some work done. You missed something, pay attention. You got to, whether it's close that termination of corporate contracts part or lien this or whatever, the answers is just showing you there's still work to be done on that part. That's it, really.
It could be that they're saying, okay, it's time for you to demonstrate what you know. It could be that too. Those demonstrations, and then ultimately, those types of demonstrations are about collecting the credits that are due us. That's really what a lot of that is about too, is we're learning to collect and use our own credit and our own trust. But we must know, again, that nothing created by anyone else applies to us, because those are all just suggestions. Those are not real. That's not a real thing. When someone sends something claiming to be speaking to you, those are just things where you demonstrate that anything that is about you must be written through you, by you. The proper rebuttal to a nom de guerre war name is an ens ligas, except, again, we would change this we would change this definition of an ens ligus, and we would say an ens ligus is not a creature, but a creation for the law. So here, let's change Black's Law Dictionary because we have the authority to do so. And let's put that right here in blue. A creation for the law. And here it says it is an artificial being as contrasted with a natural person. We would change that to it is a natural being in assistance of a natural person. And it actually, an ens ligus is a natural person. But see, they had to create something to stop them, or to something that they could use without saying that it's natural. Okay, we have the authority to name our beings.
Your husband pays your bills on your behalf, Colleen.
So here, an ens ligus is not in contrast with a natural person. An ens ligus is actually, by definition, a capitalized natural person. That's really what it is. And here, applied to corporations considered as deriving their existence entirely from the law. So then you know it's living, it's natural, if it comes from the real law. Because we're living and natural. We cannot produce anything dead. If it's created by the dead, then it's dead. If it's created by the living, it's alive. In my spirit, I do feel there's still some there's some discomfort by the subjects on this particular piece right here, because an all capitalized name is the only thing that they were using, that they had available to them. Okay, they're not sovereign on our land. We're sovereign on our land, and then they have a person that they use to do things, and we assign the person. That's what Christianity was all about. It was actually called Christendom, where we, the sovereigns, would name them at birth. We would name them. Okay. So corporations have a nationality based on where they come from, where they were created. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom regarding the difference between a nom de guerre and an ens ligus? Islam. So you must know the difference between the two. A nom de guerre is a dead person, a dead corporation that is at war. That's what a nom de guerre is. It's a dead person that's at war. You must speak for your ens ligus, because your ens ligus cannot speak for
You are a fool.
his or herself. cannot speak for his or herself. And whenever things are sent in the mail, they're not talking to you, but you must rebut them and speak. That's why we create our own checks, because when you look at a check from a bank, it's going to have a nom de guerre on it because it was created by them and not you. So we don't use those. We create our own like we were supposed to. And only through demonstration will you know that a nom de guerre is not you. And that paper created by others is not you, but that you as the court must rebut the paper. Why? Because the treaty says that if there's any conflict between Moors and citizens, well, the Pauline Denise Ritchie that they created was a dead citizen. I had to determine who the real Pauline is first and foremost. That was my job, to state who the real Pauline is. Then it was my job to govern her, whether it's all caps or in capitis diminutio minima or in capitis whatever it is. Anything that has to do with me, I govern. No one else does that. In conclusion of this Congress, I will say this, Moors, that there's something in the spirit realm in this same area of study and this same area of demonstration that the ancestors are clarifying. We just will not capitulate to any inferior revised revisions and words. So the ancestors are still showing us how to use our person, because we're not going to accept anyone else's person, but we do know that our system honors our person in a particular way. So we're still looking at this process because there's still, I in my spirit, I'm feeling that there's still some clarification that comes or that is here that the ancestors are pushing forth, whereby we use our ens ligus in the system that we've created to get the things that we see around us. And I'm asking the ancestors to put the clarity, to finalize the clarity for us. Because one thing we're not going to do, and we didn't care about anything in terms of getting anything if it meant capitulating. And our ancestors know that about us, that we will never, that capitulation is not even a thing with us. We have our own person. Why would we need to capitulate? And capitulation just means if someone sent something like a credit card application or a war rant or anything, that we would fill out their stuff and sign and like we don't know who we are and not send an affidavit. That's capitulation. Trying to get something from them without being yourself. But we do know there's duality even there, and we're just asking our ancestors to clarify so that we can move forward in that area. They know we're not going to capitulate, though. That we will not do. And they know, they're aware of that. So with that being stated, we will adjourn and meet again on Sunday at 6 p.m. post-meridian Eastern time. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs, Islam.
Islam, peace and grand rising.
Islam.
Peace,
grand rising. Many in body, one in
Islam.
mind.
Yes, more schools, much success, much peace, love,
Islam, gratitude,
gratitude,
Empress.
Love and
my
gratitude.
Empress Aisha, gratitude as well.
Thank you.
You know, they're such liars. They were like, she's not here, and you're right here.
I sure am. And go back and go back and listen to the rest of it.
There it is. There it is. Islam, indeed. Peace and grand rising.
Peace and grand rising.
Islam.